to make welcome for the welcome address, Dikingbade Akimuiwa.
Hello, good morning once again. Good morning. This program is going to be fantastic. It's going to be good. It's going to be a great program. And I know this whole entire place will be filled with people ready to receive from God. If you believe, say amen. If you believe, say amen. Last year, we started the Career and Employability Bootcamp, and it was awesome. We bargained for a number of guest panelists, but it was increased we received 2 more. In fact, we had 2 persons prepared for the for the keynote address, but the main person had to oblige that is his friend to take the keynote speech. That was last year. But to the glory of God, imagine what was prepared last year with additional experience of 1 year is what you'll be given this year. Put your hands together for Mr. Yemi Fashion. So we know we are ready to receive from you the keynote speech. It was wonderful. Last year we had the entire Maranatha field. You know, not the entire gallery anyway. Maranatha is time to say about the size. But the entire ground floor was filled. We give glory to God for what He did. This year is going to be extraordinary, and I will tell you why. There is demand on labor. There is demand on people because some persons are transitioning. So there are spaces, waiting for you and I. But the available spaces, we could not even find the right persons to fit those spaces. And that is why some persons need, those people that are supposed to fit the new places are not even ready or suitable, kind of. And that is why programs like this are set up to prepare us. And I understand the very first thing that must move into the new position is the mind. If your mind does not take you there, you will not be able to occupy the place rightly. And that is why a program like this was set up to give you the right mind shift. Somebody say right mind shift. And to the glory of God, we have captains of industry that will give us the right, appropriate information for this mind shift. And so I would not want to go further on this. I would just want to call on the next person to come and hit us so that we can get straight to business. I believe that we are set for what God has in store for us. For me, I propose in my heart that position in high places, what information I need to have, right information I need to get, I will get them today. The right impartation I need to get, I will get them today, and I will get there in Jesus' name. Maybe you don't know, there are many ways to actually transfer anointing. One way is through information, right information, and what? Impartation. You can impart it through knowledge. You can also impart it by touching. So the pastor can impart you and anoint you for something, but you also need to learn from those that had gone ahead of you. They will impart you with the right information to prepare you for that place. And I thank God because even though we have been praying, this is what we need right now. We need to put Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. For you to get the life, you must first know the way. So we need the people that know the way to show us. To show us what? To show us what? So God, please come and show us the way. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. All right. I'm actually not calling you yet, but it is not in my responsibility to do that. But I'm actually saying, put your hands together for Mr. Emi Fashion. It is not my call, actually. But God will show us the way, and every one of us that you can see that these seats are prepared for the panelists. You are going to have a feel of, I hope you brought your jotters. I brought mine, and I'm going to write enough, and I'm ready to act as well. I'm not just going to get information, I'm ready to act immediately on those information. You see, when the rain, if you are praying for rain, it is not the person that actually prayed for the rain that may benefit from the rain. It is the person that prepared for the season and for the rain that he was praying for that will benefit of it. It is not all those that actually planned for that actually in government that did the work that will benefit from it. It is those that position themselves for it that benefit. Yes, every time we are cutting the cake, national cake, cutting national cake. And I'm telling you, many people are not benefiting from national cake. Some of us are strategically positioning ourselves for the national cake. It is because we are somehow positioning ourselves at some places where we can get the appropriate information that will show us where to sit down. When the national cake is being shared, we'll take our own portion. Right now, the industry space is opening up again. To some of us, it opens every day. We have people here to employ you on the spot. To interview you, and if you are the right fit, they will employ you straight away because they are representing their companies. And we have these people, for example, that are coming to talk to us. They are also people that can determine if you can get job elsewhere. How you behave today will determine if they will consider you tomorrow when they see you during the interview scene. I believe that we have the right mindset ready to receive as I am ready to receive. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is declared open in Jesus' name. Let me put your hands together one more time for Lady Ogali. She's doing a very good job. We will want to appreciate quickly the church, this particular parish. We call them just at the spur of the moment that there is a need to use their facility, and they open the door wide open. Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed the Lord's chapel. This place, God is the only one that can open his door at any time. This one, they've shown that they are the Lord's people, and they open their door just at the slight call. We just call them, and immediately they open their doors to us. Put your hands up. We celebrate Pastor Bidemi, the bishop over this place. God bless you, sir. We will also introduce him properly when he gets here. He's coming for the program. All right, Ogali, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please put your hands together for D. King Bade. Did you hear my new title? Lady Ogali. So please, when addressing me, kindly. Thank you. So, I have 1, 2, 3 representatives who would like to share with us from last year their experience about the boot camp. Maybe I'll start with myself. My experience from the last year's boot camp. I was excited, one, to see a lot. For those of us who attended last year, we had 400 to 600 people coming, and I was excited to see a lot of people, young adults, eager to either get a job, for those who had jobs, to come learn something from the very experienced talents. Secondly, I was inspired by the organizing committee to have put such a very excellent program together. And then during the course of the event, oh yes, I wasn't looking for a job, but the questions and the answers and the solutions provided by the esteemed panelists were very amazing. They were amazing, and for some, I put even on my own job, and I've seen results. I remember from the last boot camp, I remember we're talking about even understanding your environment, knowing what to do, when to do it, and this for me has helped me in my own career. Just understanding the times, understanding the seasons, understanding the environment, or understanding the culture of my organization so I can fit in. And so this morning, I would also like to call on Ayomide if she's ready. She would like to tell us about her experience. We had a lot of people who got jobs. We had a lot of people who got free trainings or who applied into some certifications. Is Ayo here? Ayo, is Fumi here? They were standing there now. Please let me know if I can go ahead. Multimedia, please, are you ready for me with the profiles? Not yet, okay. Apologies for jumping into your space as well. So is Ayo or Fumi here, please? Mary, please, can I have Ayomide or Fumi here, please? Please, let's make welcome Fumi and Ayomide. They'll be sharing their experience.
Not in the church environment, right? Good morning, everyone. So my experience last year was a great one. I'm a chartered accountant, so from last year, I was able to know that it's not all about what I read. I must be able to render value to whosoever I'm meeting. And I learned about the fact that, like, when I meet people, I should not tell them I'm an accountant, I'm a this. I should be able to register myself in their good book by telling them the value I'm able to add to them. That is not enough for you to read so so you must be able to have solutions to their problems. For example, if I'm meeting Yemi for the first time, I shouldn't tell him that I'm an accountant. I should tell him that, Yemi, I've discovered that there's this so thing that you're going through in your industry. I have a solution to it. I have this accounting package that can help you with this and this. I should be able to sell my value rather than myself. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So last year I attended the program and it was an amazing one. I remember Yemi Fashion, the things they said, and it's made me evolve and improve in myself, my career path. I embraced those words and I got better. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming again.
Please, let's put our hands together for Ayomide and Fumi. Just to add, Fumi also got a mind-blowing job in the course of this year. And do I say all thanks to all of the trainings put together? So please, let's thank God for all of that. There's so many people, I really can't, pick out the names now to share their wonderful experiences from last year's bootcamp. So just so we keep up with time, I would like to go ahead and introduce to us some of the panelists who are around. Please help me celebrate them as we share their profile. So, first on the list, apologies, please, if we can't have this on the screen. Remember, we just told them that we're coming here, so forgive all of us. Well, we are very excellent people, and thanks to technology, so I'll just take it from my device. So, in no particular order, I'd like to start with the very esteemed Yemi Fashion. Yemi Fashion is a seasoned senior human resources manager with over 31 years practice experience across consulting, banking, and advertising industries. Yemi's expertise borders around learning, talent management, HR strategy, performance management, relationship management, and sales. He has led different HR projects such as mergers, HR transformation, reward structuring, and organizational development. Mr. Fashion is a public speaker. I'm sure you must have seen him a lot on LinkedIn. A mentor, a career coach, and a fantastic trainer. He has a bachelor's degree in English language. So I'm trying to emphasize on all of these things. The training has started, right? So let me take that again so that it will sink. He has a bachelor's degree in English language. So for those of you who university gave you botany, like me, like you wanted to study medicine, they call us the unfortunate medicine students, right? You learn from this one. And that he got this degree from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Please jump those hands, jump. It's not easy. He also, in the course of life, in a bid to advance, to learn, to unlearn, to relearn, he also bagged a Master's of Business Administration from the University of Ilorin. He is also, thank you, he is also a member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, holding the MCIPM certification. I've just also been informed as well that he's the Chief Talent Officer, if I'm correct, at YF Partners. Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together. And in case you're wondering who Yemi Fashion is, he's seated in front, pink shirt, always looking sporty and cool. So please, jam those hands again. Okay. I would like to introduce another member, a very esteemed guest this morning. We have Omokumbi Adeoti, who is a, thank you so much. Omokumbi is a strategic HR leader who brings over 20 years of transforming the human resources function for various organizations, ranging from startups to big conglomerates across various industries in sub-Saharan Africa. Currently, she is the Chief People Experience Officer at Leadway Group, responsible for Leadway Assurance, Leadway Hotels, please be jamming your hands, Leadway Capital and Trust, Leadway Asset Management, Leadway Properties, Leadway apologies if I don't pronounce that well, Leadway IARD, Ankara Services in Cote d'Ivoire, and Leadway Health. Before joining Leadway, she has had the opportunity to work with various organizations in different capacities, which include HR, business partner, government, and specialist functions, TB and WM at Standard Chartered Bank, Nigeria, country HR business partner at Alcatel Lucent, Nigeria, HR consultant operations group at Airtel Networks, Nigeria, formerly Zain, manager leadership and management development at Zain, Nigeria, now Airtel, senior specialist competency and career development, business support management at Celtel, Nigeria, people development specialist and product and services trainer at Celtel, V-Mobile, amongst others. She also has vast experience in customer service management, end-to-end operations of call centers, and scalability to full contact centers. Omokumbi is a transformation agent, licensed HR practitioner, member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, MCIPM, and serves in various capacities at the state and national level. Please, let's make welcome Omokumbi Adeoti. Thank you so much, Ma, for honoring our invitation. I'd like to also, at this moment, also make welcome as I read the profile for Kemi Shonobi, who is a licensed human resource executive with multi-sectorial experience and a deep expertise in people management, organizational development, and strategic planning. So one of the reasons we are sharing these profiles with you is so that you understand, one, why you are here, two, why you need to open up, why you need to unlearn, why you need to relearn, why you just need to have an open mind. Being that we have very seasoned people in the house this morning, right? Someone agrees with me, great. Okay, so Kemi is currently the Director of People, Culture, Experience, and Operations at TVC Communications, where she works to create an environment that positions employees to reach their fullest potential. Gifted with interpersonal dexterity and the mastery of creating an exceedingly great place to work, strategic HR professional and consultant with over 18 years of combined experience across different industries, Kemi is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria. So just in case, you see that this keeps coming up, in case you're interested in the HR field, now you're jotting down what you should have. The Society for Human Resources Management, HRM in the US, as well as the Nigerian Institute of Training and Development, NITAD. She is an alumna of the prestigious Cornell University, New York, with an advanced postgraduate certificate in strategic HR management, and she holds an MBA and Bachelor of Science degrees in human resource management and accounting, respectively, from the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. She also is a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants, Nigeria, and a certified management consultant. Kemi is an avid reader and loves to write articles, stories about the workplace and life experiences, which gave birth to the name and HR Storyteller platform, oriented towards transforming the HR practice and workplace cultures with the art and power of storytelling. Please, can we jam those hands as we celebrate Kemi for this wonderful achievement. So, next, technology. So, this is too bright. I almost will miss the words. God help me. Okay. So, also in the house, we have the very esteemed Mr. Olayinka Subar. He's the West Africa Cluster Lead and currently the Country Manager, Nigeria at Pfizer. Prior to assuming this role, Olayinka was the Commercial Lead, Anglo-West Africa. He is a 1990 graduate of pharmacy from the prestigious University of Jos, Nigeria. Yinka has over 28 years of sales, marketing, and training experience in the pharmaceutical industry. He began his career in 1993 as a medical representative with Sandoz Pharmaceutical, now called Novartis Pharma, and is represented in Nigeria by the Swissco Nigeria Limited. Yinka joined Pfizer in 2005, where he successfully set up the Pfizer Ghana entity, streamlined the distribution organizations, and launched major brands. He left briefly in 2008 and was re-employed by Pfizer in May 2011 as the business unit lead for primary care, Northeast East Africa region that includes Nigeria, Ghana, and all of East Africa. He subsequently held the PH Lead Nigeria position, where he successfully led the team by establishing a strict performance culture focused on execution. Evident from Yinka's tenure with Pfizer and his experience as a senior leader in various organizations, even before joining Pfizer, he has an in-depth understanding of the pharmaceutical industry and the West Africa health landscape. Yinka is happily married to his darling wife, and they both have 4 children. Thank you. Thank you. Is there someone else I've heard? Okay, great. So please let's make welcome all our esteemed guests. I'd like to hand over at this point to Emmanuel Abegunde, if he's here. I'm actually looking for it. That's why I'm calling him, so that you won't think that it's me. It's not me. Please, apologies. You know, this is not really our house. We borrowed the house, so we're looking for ourselves inside the house. Please, I'm looking for Emmanuel, please. While I wait for Emmanuel, I'd like us to, because even me, I don't even know all the names that I introduced just now. So I'd like to, pass the mic to the esteemed guests, and they'll just tell us their name so that we can put a face to the name that we just called. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mayokun Aduo.
Yay. Please put your hands together.
Good morning, everyone. Kemi Shonubi.
Yay.
Good morning. My name is Yemi Fashio.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kumbe Adeoti.
Good morning. My name is Yinka Subai.
He said Emmanuel is here. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, Maz. So at this point, I'd like to invite for the keynote address, Mr. Yemi Fashion. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, feel free to stay. It's
I'll
actually really high. Yeah.
My neck was stretching just to look at you, and I'm not that short, so I can imagine what people will go through if I climb. Good morning, everyone. So I don't have anything structured around the conversation of this morning. Nothing structured, but let's have a family meeting around it. And it's something we are all familiar with. Japa. How many people are willing to leave Nigeria as you're seated now? In the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you want to leave this country, you are tired. Let's be real, let's be real. The truth. Okay, let me do a reverse. How many of us would love to stay in Nigeria? Okay, see? All the people in front, but the younger ones are not willing to stay. Okay, so in the last 2 weeks or so, I've been at events, Nextfield University graduation, Chartered Institute of Bankers conference in Abuja on Tuesday, and 1 or 2 other events, and the topic of the conversation has been what? Japa. We all want to leave. And I say we, including who? No, I don't want to leave. See, I'm not here to discourage anyone from not leaving Nigeria or seeking other opportunities. But I remember that at the CIBN conference in Abuja, we were dealing with globalization, right? Globalization now means that you can be a local resident, but a global citizen. I know a guy, I stay normally Omole Estate, phase 1. I know a guy that's still sleeping right now. He's the son of my friend. He went to school in Canada. As soon as he was done, he said he was coming back. His name is Deji. If I give you guys his son, he might check him up on LinkedIn. His name is Deji. As soon as he finished, he came back, sleeping at the moment. Work is going to start at about 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Guess which country he's working in? Not the US, not Canada, not the UK. He works in Brazil. Living in Omole Estate. Still in his father's house. Chopping mommy's food still. No rent, nothing. Right? Very young guy. And guess what currency he's earning? He's earning dollars. I'm being real with you. I know another person who has been working with an organization in Australia for the last 2 years. She is in Nigeria and she has never seen anyone who works in that organization physically till today. Globalization. Japa is real. Nigeria's problems are real. I promise you. I mean, just this morning when I was coming, I lost my way and I was going towards Bariga. You know, the bridge that led to Bariga. Same with you. But I just said to myself, let me call Ginosco. You call him Emmanuel, we call him Ginosco. Let me call Ginosco so that I'm not totally lost. And as I was going on that bridge, I remember that the last time I came around here was almost a year ago. And the state of the road is still the same. So is it really bad? Yes, it is bad. Are there global opportunities for all of us? Yes. But do we all need to japa? No. Somebody say yes. Japa is not a new syndrome. Let's talk as Egbon to Aburo. Guys, Japa is not a new syndrome. It's been given a new name. In my own lifetime, this is the 4th cycle of Japa that I'm witnessing. The 4th. In my lifetime. And I'm sure that if you speak with the generation they call ancestors, they will tell you that they witnessed about 2. That was in 19 what? What election year was that? The Andrew guy who was Japa and living in Nigeria. I think it was in 79. No, it was the 80s. It was in the 80s. It was Andrew Shagari. It was the Shagari time. That was in 1983, and the advert for one of the parties was about a guy, Andrew, who was tired of Nigeria and was leaving. I mean, I left Loyola College in 1983, and I know that some of my mates did not complete their education in Nigeria. They went abroad, they japad. When we finished university, I finished in 1990 eventually because I failed. I failed repete. All the profile that they were reading is packaging, I failed. Packaging, I failed. And I left eventually in 1990, and some people said, no, Nigeria. See, the generation before us, do you know how they were eating in the university? Maybe you remember, sir. It was 50 naira for a full chicken on their meal. 50 naira. So by the time we were getting to the university, they had stopped that. So we thought that the generation before us had it better, and therefore some people said, no, we can't stay in this country we were living. So some people left. They took bus, yeah. Oh, you collected bus, you know you got to university before me. I was still failing. But some people actually got bursary to get into university in Nigeria. Those who are now leading us, they were people who enjoyed that 50 naira full chicken meal every day for 4 years, and they collected bursary. As in, for going to school, they were given what? Money, stipends, every year. But after that, when we realized that, oh, the bursary wasn't continuing, and the 50 naira had become you're on your own, some people decided to go. So this is not the first time we are feeling that the country is not for all of us. It's always been like this. I mean, my mom is going to be 90 in February, and as an only son, I was the guy that was sent to Agbeni in Ibadan to go and buy provision every month for the house. By the time Shagari came, there was this scarcity. If you remember, no, it was not. It was after Shagari left when Buhari came. Esenko. We will go to Leventi stores in Ibadan, and they will open trucks for milk, sugar, geisha, rice, and the military men will be whipping us to be on the queue so that we could buy essential commodities with our own money. Because the first thing Buhari did was to stop importation of all of those things so that we can save the naira. If you think Nigeria is really bad right now, it's been a process. I don't want to say it was bad before or what, but it's been a process, right? But there's an opportunity that you guys have that we didn't have. And that's the opportunity of tech and globalization. To the point where, as we're discussing this morning, the first thing you need to speak to yourself about is the reason why you may want to japa. Understand your why. Don't just join the bandwagon because you want to do it. I promise you there are some of our own mates today. Kumi and Kemi can tell you, I'm just meeting Mayokun for the first time, but I mean, I've been used to these girls. They are girls, don't see their hairstyle. I mean, I've been used to them for a long time. When we travel, guys, I'm not kidding you, when we travel, our naira that we change to pounds and dollars, when we get there, we spend it for those guys. Am I wrong? I remember that as at the time I was still going to the UK, before I decided to borrow myself some sense, I now travel with my clipper. Because to cut your hair is 50 pounds. And guess what? It's been 50 pounds since then. It's still 50 pounds till now. But it was 50 pounds times 100. Now it's 50 pounds times 700. They wouldn't do it. The guys over there, they wouldn't do it. They cut their hair, they will cut it at home. I'll go spend 2 weeks, and because I cut my hair every week, I'll spend 100 pounds to cut, and they'll be looking at you and say, meanwhile, we were coming from the third world. They have been in that first world, but they still give us some respect. So go back to your reason for wanting to leave. Taye has gone. Doesn't necessarily mean that Kehinde must go or Idowu must go. It is not your only option. It is an option. Should I say that again? It is not your only option, but it is an option. That's number one. Understand your reason for wanting to leave. Don't do it because everybody is doing it, right? The roads to success are diverse and many. Your journey is so unique to you. You've got to own it. I absolutely have no regret that I've been in Nigeria for the last 30 years trying to put in the daily grind. And I shared an experience with Kemi and Mayokun while we were seated here. After building credibility over a period of time, a client was looking for me on a Sunday. I responded on a Monday. We closed the deal on a Friday, and I made 4 million naira. This was in July, in this country. So are there opportunities for you guys? Yes, there are opportunities. Are there global opportunities for you as well? Yes, there are. I expect the Japa thing to reach unprecedented levels between now and March next year because of the elections. So the guys who didn't make it to school in September because of funds of visa, they will go in January. The guys who still don't make it, they will have the fear of the elections with them, and then they will go subsequently. It will happen. But let me tell you something that I thought about in 2020. In January 2020, January of every year, I always tend to come up with a word for the year, personally. So the word for 2020 for me was reset. R-E-S-E-T, reset. And this was from a personal perspective. I said there were some things I needed to reset about myself. What year did the pandemic, the COVID-19 thing, what year did it come? 2020. And then realized by the end of that year that the world actually went through a reset. Globally. Right? Do you know the Japa thing is part of a universe resetting itself? There are no opportunities for 200 million Nigerians to all leave Nigeria and get opportunities. It's not going to happen. But there will be some people who will go. There will be some of us who will remain here. But the point is we are all resetting the universe. So find your space as an individual within the reset of the universe. So many young people are doing amazing stuff even in Nigeria today. Who knows Folusho Fosudo? He's a YouTuber. You know him? You know him. Where does he live? He's in Nigeria. He's in Lekki. I met him at TEDx Oliole. That was where I met him. The kind of money Folusho makes for every YouTube video is amazing. It was the day he discussed or gave me the secret to how they make money on YouTube. Once people can stream your video beyond a certain point consistently, up to that point, I think you get about $6 per video. Beyond that point, it's about $18 for every view. And it is in Nigeria. If his parents had to call him one day to say, see, we know people low. Just bring your CV. This one that you are sitting at home every day and you say you are doing video. The parents were scared. But right now, if you check him up, he's now moved, he's included Instagram to YouTube. His videos on Instagram, they go as high as 4,000-5,000 in 2 hours. So he's already monetizing that platform in addition to YouTube. But the point is, you need to understand your reason for being. The second thing, or maybe the thought that I would love to tell you is that they don't tell us all the stories of Jack Bao. Do you know what we see? When it is snowing now, between November and December, they will all be in the snow and be scooping snow, and somebody will be behind taking a video of them. I don't understand that madness anyway. And then they'll post it and say, experiencing snow, my first snow experience. The period that led to that moment, when they jackpot in March, the struggles, the settling down, do they tell us? They don't tell us, guys. For those of you who are planning to go into a career, for instance, if you go into, and if you get 2 million naira as your gross salary in Nigeria, max, as an entry-level person, your tax would be maybe what, 10%, 12%. Over there, in Canada, it's scaled up to 45% tax. 45%. In the UK, it is 40%. We don't get that. So a friend of yours gets a job and says it's £20,000 per annum. Straight away, divided by what? By 5. No, by 2. Straight away, divided by 2. Yeah, by 2. The reality. I know somebody who's a senior HR person, just landed, it will be 2 weeks on Monday in Canada. By 3 days ago, she said to me, Yemi, Emma Gbagbewa. I'm like, who should be saying Emma Gbagbewa to who? She said, it's not easy here. Thank God that she traveled with her family. You feel so alienated because you are settling into another community. I'm not saying all of these guys to discourage you. Remember what I said. Japa is an option, but it is not the only option. The last thing I'll say is this, guys. Let's not see Japa as an opportunity for us to bypass process. Even the Bible says, line upon line. And it was so important, it said it how many times? Twice. Line upon line, precept upon precept. We can't think that going into the first world, wherever it is an opportunity for us to bypass process. You will still go through that process. Success never happens without process. Never. It seems an easier way out because, yes, transportation is available. You can use the train, the tube, and all that. All of that costs money. But the point is, in terms of your becoming, ultimately, as an individual, you must go through your process. You will not bypass it. You will not wake up one day and become successful. It's not going to happen. Just because you're in Canada or the UK or the US, you won't wake up one day and become what? No, it's not going to happen. You have to go through that process. So please don't see it as an easy way out. You can't feel your barn during harvest unless you have first tilled the ground. You've got to till the ground. So whenever you want to till that ground, please have a picture of your future in focus every time. And that is going back to number one, the reason for your being. The reason why you want to do what you want to do. opportunities abound still in this country. I mean, as a last thing, do you know that we now actually do have a reduced, from another perspective, a reduced traffic to the first world? My daughter is about to get into Babcock. Scott 293 for medicine. We are struggling to get into Babcock. We are struggling with 293. Because it's now getting more and more difficult to get Forex, to go to school abroad. ASU strike is also constraining the federal university. So where is the pressure? Private universities. So 40,000 USD to go and do a master's degree abroad. If we aggregate the amount of money that people have paid to go to school in the last 5 years in Nigeria, it should be enough to pay the national debt of Nigeria, BC. Honestly. It's the reality. But there are opportunities here. Pfizer is here. They are still recruiting. Are you not? The banks are still recruiting. FMCG. The point is, please, in your present moment, be the best, so that your tomorrow can happen to you excellently. In what you're doing right now, school, the job you are doing today, if you are in some business and all that, by all means, first be the best in today before you can start thinking of what you want to be tomorrow. By the grace of God, I mean, I went through my process and I started running the business November last year. Till today, I have not gone to anyone to say this is what I do. I promise you. And I have a camera that I can go to TVCs from military now. This is my twinnie. She calls herself my twinnie. I don't know, Bachi Jora. She's the chief HR officer at Leadway. And I'm saying it, I've not gone to them to say, I have fulmination now and all that. But there's not been 1 week that I go without 2 briefs for work. I'm not exaggerating. Not a week has gone without either a brief or a payment for work. And that is because you've got to build your own credible process, and then ultimately you'll become authentic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was so refreshing. Yeah, I'm not climbing up again. No. So refreshing, so feeling. Did you take notes? Did you take notes? In your present moment. So while you are eyeing that other position, that other managerial role, how are you upskilling? How are you upscaling? It seems to be my favorite word, so. How are you being the very best, even if it's just to clean the table? How do you do it? How do you report it? How do you make it different from yesterday? Thank you so much, sir, for giving us those key but little nuggets this morning. And so moving forward, I have your profile now. So just before I go to that aspect, we have in the house the Digital Marketing Skills Institute, and they'll be giving us a short 15 minutes presentation. So please, let's make them welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here. We're glad to be here. And we're from Digital Marketing Skills Institute. I'll work on the existing protocol. My mentor is here. I'm very grateful to meet you, sir, in person, and all other HR leaders in the industry. I'm the Human Resource Manager for Digital Marketing Skills Institute. And we are talking about upskilling. We want to get remote jobs, we want to relocate, we want to have hybrid jobs, and this is where we come in. We know that the future of work has changed, and the skills that are in trend now are not the skills that were there before. We have people who studied microbiology, now becoming social media managers, content creators. For your YouTube videos, you need to have content. So this is where we come in. We help to train people in those areas of a search engine optimization, social media manager, web developers. So this is my colleague, our project manager, and we have designed programs for women. We have programs for women, that's employability training, so that they have where they fit in, so that even when they are married, they're doing, they are occupied with activities, chores in the house, they are able to work from home, or also get hybrid jobs, and they're able to upskill, because maybe throughout that period of taking care of the house for some period, they'll not be able to upskill their careers, so they're able to come in, we come in there to bridge that gap and make sure that they're able to develop themselves, build their career in other areas, and transition into other areas. So I would like my colleague, the project manager, to continue from here.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma. So I count it a big privilege to be here this hour. So like she has said, and like what our daddy has said, you're daddy, sir. So he said something like, he gave an example of someone that is here and is working in Brazil. So he's trying to encourage us to have that tech skill that will make us earn in dollars. And that's why we in Digital Marketing Skill Institute, we are here for you. So no matter what background you have, no matter what education you have, digital marketing is not for people in sciences or people that are engineers. No, you can actually, it's a skill that from nowhere, even if you are living in the village, you just learn tech, learn digital marketing, you will definitely get on top. No matter what level of education you are, whether 2-2, third class, pass, wherever, first class, you learn digital marketing, you will see yourself at the forefront of the industry. So in digital marketing, we have, I'm here for 3 packages anyway. We have the full stack digital marketing, where you take the end-to-end, that's WordPress, social media, email marketing, different aspects from end to end in digital marketing. We have a full package for that, for the master's and professional course, which is for 6 months and 1 year. My colleague there is the one in charge of that. Why I currently am the project manager for the program we organize for women, Digital Marketing Women Employability and Entrepreneurship Program, where we encourage Nigerian women between the ages of 20 to 35 to take up digital marketing skill. We strongly encourage stay-at-home mom, pregnant women, nursing mothers, women that maybe they want remote jobs. Maybe you have your own business and you want to bring your business online. We encourage you to apply. Maybe, for example, you want any woman that wants to start a digital marketing career, this is a big opportunity for you. So the program is currently on, and it goes for 50,000 naira for upfront payment. That's for full payment. But if you say, oh, I don't have that full money, you want to pay instrumental, we have a package for that. If you say, oh, I don't have the money at all, we also have another package for that. That's our income share agreement, where once you take the training, you get a job, you start paying us back. We have another package for that. So if any woman is interested, any lady here that is interested, or you have sister at home, or you have neighbors at home that is a woman and she's not doing anything, this is an opportunity for her. It's the best Christmas gift you can plan for your sister. So I want to encourage everyone to take advantage of that opportunity. Encourage that your friend, your neighbor that is just sitting down doing nothing, get her on board. Then also, we also train because we are not just training them, we're also matching them with jobs. Once they are done with the training, we sign them up for internship. If they can't get anyone for themselves, we connect them with employers so that they will get their hands dirty, get that work experience, so that by the time they want to apply for that big job, they already have work experience. So we have that package for our DMW program. So then also for people here that are already in business, maybe you say, oh, I don't have time to learn digital marketing. I just want somebody to manage my online business. We have interns that can take up that position for you. So we are also here. If you have a business and you want to bring your business online, we also have that package for you that will connect our intern with you to manage your business for you. So any one of this package you are interested in, please guys, you are not left out. We have full stack digital marketing for you. And we're also organizing, we are currently going to organize a program for guys as well, because I know it's a women's world, everything women, women, women. So guys are not left out. You come to our stand, talk to us, we'll put you through. Thank you.
And also, we have a vacancy available for community manager, as sense of social media manager, which we are making open for this program. So if you have the skills, you can come to the stand. So we'll check your requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. So here's the moment we've all been waiting for. And we are going into the panel discussion. And we're going to be having our very esteemed guests, divide and conquer. So while the conversations are going on, please, if you have questions, you can put them on a paper and then give to any of the ushers, right? Feel free to ask any question. That's why they're here. So I'll start with Mayokun. Apologies. They just gave me. But I'm going to read it sweetly. Okay, so, ma'am, Mayokun works with IBM as the HR leader, IBM, for the North, East, and West Africa region of the business. Thank you. Mayokun started her professional career in EcoBank, Nigeria, working in the operations department, and then left for postgraduate studies, after which she joined KPMG as a management consultant, working on various strategy and human resource engagements. She has a Bachelor of Science in Computer Information Systems from Babcock University in Nigeria, Babcock again, and a Master of Science in Information Systems and Management from the University of Warwick, Coventry, UK, and a Master's of Arts in Computing in Education from Teachers College, Columbia University. She is a certified project manager and is also a Six Sigma Green Belt. Mayokun brings with her a wealth of international experience, having worked in India, Malaysia, and the United States. Mayokun is a lover of people. Yes, she's been giving me very warm smiles. She's an ardent reader. She is a blogger and a traveler. So please make welcome as she comes to the stage this morning, the very esteemed Mayokun Aduo. Apologies if I didn't pronounce the name correctly. Someone that knows her is really, really hyping. And then, in no particular order, let's make welcome Yemi Fashion. Also in no particular order, let's make welcome Kumbi Adeoti. And because I'm a woman, I'm not being partial, let's make welcome Kemi Shonobi. And so that I'm not partial, please make welcome Mr. Yinka Subar. And am I missing someone? So please, let's make welcome Emmanuel Abegunde Ginosco. And I'll be handing over to Emmanuel as he takes over the panel discussion. Please don't forget to write down any questions that you may have. And please do what? keep an open mind towards learning, unlearning this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ogali. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to our guests today. To have these people come here today, it's really a big one. They had to sacrifice a lot. So please, let's give them another round of applause. Okay, so my name is Emmanuel Abegunde, and I work with PW Professional Services. Sorry, this is an unpaid advert. So if you're an accountant or you are interested in tax, audit, advisory, kindly just walk straight to our booth, stand over there, and we'll be interested in talking to you to know about your career interests and then share the opportunities that we have with you. Okay, so thank you. It's a privilege to be able to do that. I'm going to be championing or facilitating this talk, but much more I would want to take questions from you. So you could just either tweet at us using hashtag Career Bootcamp 2022, or you could scribble your questions on a sheet of paper, and then the ushers will pass them over to us. We'll try as much as possible to take as many questions as possible. To start with, the first question I have here, and I think Yemi mentioned a lot of things around that, so I think I'll start with you. It's on the Japa phenomenon. The question says, the Japa phenomenon has left a lot of vacuum in organizations. HR and business leaders are lamenting about key talent lost, and yet they are not able to fill the roles on time. What could be missing, as there are so many unemployed youths, yet so many unfilled vacancies?
Okay. So one of the things I've also said recently is that we are concentrating too much on those who have left. We are lamenting people have gone, people are leaving and all that. But we still have a captive audience in the organizations where we are. I think we took the legs off the pedal of learning and development for a long time, and it's probably now biting us very hard. That's one. The second is many organizations were active in the space of getting people ready for the workforce before they even left school, or that gap between NYSC and the years of waiting before they go into school. Activities have become slowed down in that space. Some organizations are still doing it, but not many organizations are doing it. Because let's be frank, when it's time for organizations to cut costs, what department do they go first? HR. They first go to HR. Then when they now get to HR, where do they go within HR? Learning and development. So we shouldn't be too surprised about what we're seeing right now. And I knew some organizations like Poise, another one called After School, and a couple of organizations like that. Looks like they are fizzling out or disappearing because we are all concentrating on the bottom line. Let's go and make the money. So we're not getting, one, the workforce ready for more responsibilities, and then number two, the backward integration we're doing to get others ready looks like it's disappearing. So again, let's reinforce the fact that those who have JAPA, we can't do anything about them. I even see organizations saying that, oh yeah, you can go, but when you go, you can still work with us. We are still trying to hold on to these guys. For good reasons in some organizations, I agree. Scarcity of talent, rarity of skills and all that. But for me, one of the things I do not like to do is an individual says to me, I'm leaving. And I'm saying, what can we do to make you stay? Why didn't you see the reasons to make me stay before I say to you that I'm leaving? At the point when I'm leaving, or at the point where you are living, what should come to my mind will be options. If my resources, opportunities, my branding as an organization allowed me to get a Ginosco, who's great, I should believe that in the same environment, I can get many more Ginoscos. So Ginosco should move on, right? So let's continue to look at the people who are still with us and go back to the basics of training people. Possibly will reduce the impact of JAPA on organization.
Thank you, Yemi. Kumbi wants to say something.
I think as a nation, the critical part of it, we're still missing it. We need to go back to review the curriculum in our universities. Not just our universities, we need to go down the chain. Today, from when you look at the complexity of Nigeria, we have one singular problem: leadership. Leadership in every phase and sphere of life. Because where you find leadership, you would find visioning, and you will find the thinking that is collective, not individualism. Today, individualism has overtaken our lives. Me, myself, and I. And therefore, basic infrastructures that should occur or be available in any nation is missing. Education. And our educational system is totally bastardized. When we started the 6334 system, it made sense because not everybody will be able to go to university, and it actually de-emphasized degrees. Some were to go to technical school and get the kind of training that, in fact, they fast-track entrepreneurship. What develops a nation? SMEs. But we've killed that whole system altogether. So you find that organizations today are struggling to get the required skill set that will drive that organization. And so what the university is producing, and like Yemi mentioned, the university has been up for how many months? What do you expect to get out of it? The curriculum is not a fit into what the organization needs. The world of work, incidentally, he's spoken on so many platforms as well as Kemi that I've been to. More than 10. How the world of work continues to evolve. You study a course, you become something. So we're not even looking at that alignment. We're not bringing professional bodies in. This is the time I expect NECA to stand up and have a voice and actually begin to look at things and say, well, how do we streamline what is coming from the gown to the town? And if that is missing, we will consistently have that gap, which now leads to organizations struggling to retain, like you mentioned, the ones that are going, so that they can still remain productive. They are simply buying time. That's just what is happening. They are buying time pending when they can get the skills that are available to be at the level they can use it. Very recently, we did an analysis of how much we're spending on graduate trainees. And just for the last 3 sets we had in my organization, we spent an average of $500,000 to bring them to the level where we can get some value, not the exact value, because there's a learning curve. So you're right, absolutely, on learning and development. A lot of things have been shut, but until we fix the root of the issue, we will continue to rub balm on the wound.
Wow, thank you. So to our panelists, just in case you want to add anything, I mean, you could just signify and do that.
Okay, so let me add to that. Mayoko and I were talking when we started. Both of us worked on the Ready, Set, Work initiative that was, driven by Lagos State then. And we're just grumbling as to how that died and fizzled out. And unfortunately, we talk about government being a continuum, but individuals get there and everybody just sort of kills it. Now, what was that partnership about? It was collaboration with individuals, people who are trained, experts, who come and share, 13 weeks with students in the universities, getting them ready for the workforce. And like Kumbi rightly mentioned, there's a gap. So let me never talk about the curriculum. I'm even talking about your readiness for the workplace. Because largely the comments are usually, I don't have experience, how do I get a job? You know, we're going to talk about that, I'm sure, but how are you even positioned for the workplace? So there has to be a partnership. There has to be a partnership with institutions, companies, organizations, and these types of events that you're holding today to prepare people for the workplace. People are leaving, you know, it's not today that it's happening, it's been happening for years, but now it seems more, maybe because social media, everybody comes, shows you a video of snow and everything, so you think the whole world is leaving. We can't all leave, right? So, but you can be positioned for taking on a new job or a new opportunity. It's now how you align. So I think for organizations, the challenge should now be look, you know, I think YF mentioned that some of these things that we used to do before, going into schools, partnering with schools, we need to bring that up again. You need to partner with institutions to go and feed from those institutions. Go and pick people from those institutions, create those partnerships and leverage on the partnerships. Yeah, thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much. Mr. Inka, you have something?
Thank you very much, and thanks to the panelists. Those are very solid points. From a P&L perspective, most organizations, when people leave in the past 3 years, there has been some recession in the environment. And you see, for example, sometimes you might decide that, let me keep the people and reduce profits. But when some people leave, one of the ways you manage your profitability is to combine work. So the assurance to you is that the recession is not going to be forever. Things are going to change. Those jobs are going to come back. But in an organization, when people leave, and you can combine and increase the expectation from other people to cover up for that role, you don't need to replace it. So that will happen now. That will happen now. Then two, there is a global talent management. In the organization I work for, if some role leaves Nigeria, I'll ask myself, why should I replace this role when I can talk to the South African colleague and says, let me buy time of one of the colleagues over there and use it. So it's a global talent management. We're in a very dynamic world. And let's focus on the positive side of it while you are managing the temporary negative aspect. Most people will not replace departing colleagues now because they can still run the organization efficiently without those colleagues. And everybody is afraid of what the year will close like. We're even afraid of what the election year next year will be. We don't know where dollar is going. Business profitability is going down. So where you can save costs. So most of some of those people leaving from job are given opportunity for company to temporarily hold back those jobs and manage their P&L. So it will come. The doors will open. Don't worry yourself.
Okay, thank you. P&L perspective. I mean, I saw Yemi pick up his mic immediately at some point. So I'm sure that he has a reaction to...
Okay, I guess we've come a long way. At the point where you mentioned the fact that we might not need to replace people, but we can increase the workload for other people, let me remind you of the new generation in the workplace today. Resilience was what we built our career on. Now it's on mental health. Oh, they're saying yes already. You can hear that. So it's a leadership challenge. So while you were speaking, we said, oh, that's a businessman's perspective. And our perspective is people, right? And that's because we are getting feedback from the floor. Burnout is real. That's the reality. But I align with your thoughts in an environment that is highly automated and technology is leveraged. Then all the manual things or all the manual part of things that somebody who left was doing, if it's automated and mine is also automated, I can combine. But if it is, I finish my shift, and then I'll go to the shift of the individual, and the company is saving money and not increasing my salary, as a matter of fact, we are sending them away the more. You see what I mean? So it has to be a great balance. It has to be a great balance. That's where I'm going.
That balance is very, very clear. But let's look at it from, you see, one of the problems in people's management, from my personal experience and what I've gone through in my career, is exactly looking at the fact that this is what I'm asked to do, and I do it. The top is very narrow. There is no organization that has 2 MDs. And after the MDs, the directors, maybe 10, then there is a massive bottom. And believe me, what I've observed is exactly this thinking is what keeps most talent at a level of stagnancy. It's not done 100% that, okay, I give you more workload, I don't give, I mean, I've worked in multinational major part of my life, I did a little bit of consulting. You will hear the loud of the mass, the voice of the masses is bigger. And the band of the low-level people that earn the least of the money in organization is also bigger. So when we get the feedback, especially I did organizational consulting, and when I look at feedback coming from my organizations, the volume of the feedbacks come from the people that doesn't change the destiny of the business. Believe me. So if I'm working in a place and my boss says, Mr. X has left, his job is good, we like it, but we need to manage time for now, I will grab the job. Why? Because I have a goal. I want to be my boss. And the more exposure you get to jobs is what prepare you for the higher level. So if I have a staff coming to me that they gave me the job, because of that, I'm burnt out, I'm leaving, I just look at you, you won't go too far. But that also is a reality. It's a reality. The perspective I'm looking at it is someone that have grown from a very bottom level up. The perspective of a consultant is what you are looking at. And the consultant is like the government. And that's why the politicians actually get away with us. And that's why you see that the election will not even give you the best candidate. Because the masses, they are thinking about immediate gratification now. That's why you see masses will be japping. They will go. But you said something that is very vital. Why are you going? If you establish your why, and your why is clear, and that why will get you abroad to get it, I will even give you money to go. So that why is what will drive most people, and that is what is missing in every society. People don't understand why they are doing what they are doing. So for what we did, sometimes when we try to manage P&L like that, it's always a temporary situation. And when things begin to change, you bring back the people. And I've had a colleague that gave extra jobs to before in my career life and turned it down politely, and I was very happy. Believe me, 10 years back, when I look at this colleague, I just pity the guy. Stagnant. Because you're just doing 8 to 5. There is no human being that does 8 to 5 strictly that will get to the top. Either in your business or your career, you just want to do what they ask you to do. Oh, you're just part of the number. Extra length.
Quiet quitting.
Is the secret. Sorry, I have a tendency to talk too much, so please take the mic when I talk.
To actually mention, that's why we put the balance. The balance is we grew up in the resilient times. You were taught resilience. You built resilience. And Yemi mentioned, now we talk about mental health. Again, some of the gaps that we've seen. How did we get to the point where we stopped teaching people to fish and we started giving them fish? And that is food for thought for everyone.
Interesting conversations ongoing. I believe, yes, please, let's give it up for them. I've not seen your questions come in. Please, let's pen down those questions and pass them to the ushers. They'll bring them up here. Or you could just use the hashtag on Twitter showing on the screen to tweet your questions, and we are going to get those questions. Okay, so from what you have said, I've heard just reiterating backward integration on talent, really focusing on learning and development. So this learning and development thingy, from a P&L perspective now, I have people that will, of course, strike the balance here. The business leader would say, I keep training people. Like Kumbi said, 500 million training GTs. What's the attrition rate over the last 3 years of those GTs? Can you give us? Because I'm looking at it from this perspective. We keep training, right? And it's like we are training for the people that will come and, take them. Because the company is not able to get back that value from larger percentage of the people that have been trained. So what happens? How do we then justify the need to invest continually on that? Mayoko, maybe you want to start.
I probably have a more controversial opinion when it comes to learning and development.
Okay.
So the thing about it is, yes, organizations need to put money down to train people. It's important, right? Then you think about it, I train, spend all that money, spend all that time. And the next thing, the person will come, Maya, I want to have a conversation with you. When they start like that, I'm like, about, and they tell you they're leaving. It's a bit frustrating. That's the truth. And organizations still needs to do what they need to do. But for me, I'm looking at it from the perspective of an individual. If your organization is not training you, and you know where you want to be, why wait for the organization? That has always been my story. I don't wait for my organization. I remember then in KPMG, when then for PMP, they were only paying for people that were, I think there was this, then maybe manager level or senior associate. And I was an associate then. And I was like, you know what, I feel I have free time, I feel like doing it, let me go for the course, right? I went for the course. It wasn't then, I'm talking of 2009, it was not particularly cheap. It was to train, was 70,000 for the training. We paid 70,000 for the training. And then the exam was $500. And then 70,000 was $500. So almost $500 for the training, $500 for the exam. But I was like, you know what, let me do this thing. And I got certified. It's later I even heard that, oh, you can put it in and they can pay you back. But I didn't. I did it and I left. I left KPMG. But what I used that PMP to, the money I used it to make, 2010, 2011, right, was beyond that 70K that I paid for. But I wanted to be a certified project manager. So I would, yes, organizations need to put down money, but the truth is, the CEOs and the MDs, when it gets to crunch time, what am I going to put money on training and sack people? I prefer to keep people and cut down training. Training is not cheap, right? What are we doing about knowledge management? People that have the knowledge, training. So you can think about it from different aspects, not just organizations throwing money. But I'm more focused on the individual. What do you want to do? Where do you want to get at? If I grew up, and when I mean grew up, so if I'm in my 20s, right, and just maybe leaving school, in this age, what I would do with the immense, you have, today you can learn anything on the internet, almost free. So nobody, unfortunately, you guys have no excuse. That's the truth. My threshold for excuses, when I say, oh, you haven't gotten a job, fine, what have you been doing for 1 year? That's how I go at. So what do you want to do? And that's the thing. And you, individual, your strength, your passion, because I say everybody wants you to do product manager now, because they hear that that's what it's paying. But some of you have no business even hearing it. So what's unique to you? What's that your passion? What's that your interest? Have you gone online? Have you looked for free courses? Have you, you have to make that step. You have to own your career. You own your future. So I'm not used to giving, like Kumbi said, giving fish and teaching how to fish. I'm more of a teaching how to fish. Go and get it. It's a global world. If today I don't get the skills I need in Nigeria, I'll go and hire in South Africa. I will hire in the UK. I will hire, and the person I will pay, we will pay the person. So there is no moral obligation to hire people here. What skill are you bringing to the table?
Okay.
Yeah.
Kemi then.
Okay. Just to add, maybe veer off a bit. A young lady walked up to her manager, and there was an opening in that department, and it was advertised. And the young lady walks up to the manager and says, "Why are you advertising my role? You know, it's for me." You know, and the manager says, "Oh, it's for you. Okay, no problem." And say asking questions about your skills, what you've done, and all of that. Now, when we're talking about training, because I think I've had a conversation myself and one of my paddies who is here, when he was saying, okay, why is the company just spending money? And I get that's the question you're coming from. Okay, spending money on these people, they will leave you at the end of the day. But as an individual, you need those extra things to be able to say you're moving up. You spoke about opportunities. There are different opportunities that will come out. You know, we want to live here now. There are windows that we can all pass through. It's not only the door. I'm sure you know, right? It's not only the door we can pass through if push comes to shove, right? But how are you positioning yourself, even as an individual? You rightfully said there's Coursera, there's EDX, there's Skillshare, there's Udemy that you can learn on your own. There's YouTube that you can use to learn on your own. There's no excuse. Before, you know, for us when we're saying we want to go for training, you have to sit in a room, you know, wait in front of a place. But then on the flip side for the organization, I think the question should be, if we don't upskill these people, then what happens to them? So yes, you may think about it that I don't have the resources in terms of financial, in terms of cash to send people on training, whether it's international training and all of that. But if they are not upskilled, then at what cost is it to you as an organization? And when we're talking about skilling, part of the problem also is that some organizations do trainings for the fun of trainings. It's not tailored to the next 5 years. He was talking about a big pool, how you move to the next level. I don't see growth only as upward. You can grow into different, you know, you can take up a skill tomorrow, maybe a new department. There are people that have crossed from one department to the other. So training shouldn't just be seen as 4 walls of a room that you're taught financial management, and then maybe you don't need financial management or some other skill, you know, but what type of training do I need? What type of exposure do I need? How can I play in this global market that is expanding every day? Beyond my knowledge today, what's more add-on can I, you know? So you have to think about it from a broader perspective. As an organization, if I don't train them, if I don't improve them, what then is the bottom? Because it affects bottom line. If you don't improve your people, all you're doing is garbage in, garbage. There's nothing they're bringing that is unique to the business. So I thought to add that. You want to say something?
Yinka has something to say.
Thank you very much. I mean, in my career pathway, I had the opportunity. I was the CEO of Franklin Covey organization, which is a leadership and training development represented in Nigeria by Ristra. So one of the things that we do when we were doing, before we administer training, we do organizational diagnosis. We run some diagnostic questions through the organization. By the time the feedback comes and we analyze, we can identify issues. Is a competence issue, people's issues, soft issues in the organization. And I've come to learn that the HR people also know that training is just 20% classroom. It's only 20% classroom. And that 20% classroom is where the budget for training goes to. There is a 40% that is on the job. And there is another 40% that is true about mentoring. Now, the on-the-job training will give you technical development and skills to do today's job. That is to meet your objective for what you are doing. when you hire people into company as some entry-level job, no matter the degree you have, you will still need to train them on what you want them to do, on how to do them. The universities doesn't train you to do, except in the field of medicine, engineering. Most jobs, you will need to learn the how. And your speed of learning the how is what determines your proficiency and your efficiency as you go along. And that depends on you. Now, the training budget that most CEOs will remove is for the classroom training. And sometimes it involves overseas training or local training. And that budget is usually meant for people that they are preparing for next level job, or people whose job needs special skill. Now, when people don't have such thing to do, then people will come, okay, come and teach them on emotional intelligence, and so working well in the organization. People want to use that money. So you just withdraw it as a plus. So, and that's where online training can breach in for gap. Development, training and development is your, like you said, hone your development. If you're waiting for organization to prepare you and develop you, what I usually tell my colleagues, which is a bitter truth that most people don't like, companies are paying you salary to develop you for future earning. So your salary today, you are in the university. What you had in your first 4 years is academic, that you get a paper that qualify you to enter a level of employment. But from the day one you enter, if you understand the fact that, you see, just to give you a background, I'm sorry, please, if I'm taking too much time. I studied pharmacy. And I have only Bachelor of Pharmacy degree as my paper degree. And because of cash flow, I did MBA in LASU in the days of satellite campuses. And I was always getting to the class. It was Dugbe MBA, we used to call it. We were about 500. Because I was in the MBA class to learn. I will come to class 5 a.m. so that I can be in the front, in Antony campus there. I learned a lot. Then when we finished, they gave us project class, do your project. Then they started asking, okay, bring money so that you can get your project done. I said, I don't need the certificate. What do I want to do with it? I'll come and pay money to get the certificate that I studied for. I said, if at my level anybody asks me for certificate, then I don't need it. Believe me, I walked out of that school because I cannot bribe to get a certificate. They didn't release results. And you're asking us to come and pay money to get certificates. So I refused to get it. But I was loaded because I learned. And so when I go to people and you see, I mean, the current job I'm doing, when they advertise with all the big grammars that HR put on those things, and I was lucky to be at the interview. I said, so what do you want this person to do? Let's talk about it. And at the end of the day, the guy, it was in Dubai, the guy was like, you're a strange woman. I said, I have only my Bachelor of degrees. And believe me, Bachelor of Pharmacy degree is worth today 85,000 naira. No matter the year of your graduation. And why did I put that value to it? The easiest job for a pharmacist to get is to register a pharmacy shop or to work in a pharmacy shop. And that pharmacy shop doesn't respect your years of experience because it doesn't need it. The Igbo man just need your certificate to hang. If you like, come to work. If you like, don't come to work. You will sell his Panadol. You will sell his ampicillin. Chicken, no problem. So the Bachelor of that Pharmacy is 85,000 naira worth. Now, if I tell you what I earned, you'll be wondering that is it the same Bachelor of Pharmacy? The organization is not paying for Bachelor of Pharmacy degree. They are paying for the experience that I have learned in the organizations that I've worked that were paying me salary.
Amazing.
So you have a job today. Be grateful that that company is preparing you for the next of your life. And if that job is not allowing you to learn anything, get out. I just want us to look at it from that perspective.
Thank you.
On the job. And why most people will spend 5 years, 10 years on the job, and they don't get a promotion. They go for interview outside, they don't even get the big job. Another person come on to that same job, and he will spend 3 years. The company will struggle to retain the person Because the guy is doing. The act of doing leads to the act of perfection and professionalism. A lot of people are on the job, but they do nothing. So how do you learn? When you do nothing. So you now go for interview, you say, the person, no person, that's why he got it. Even in the organization, I was the time I had to recruit a manager. I had people 10 years working on the same level of job, and this young man came in. He's just 2 years on the level of the job. But believe me, because I am such an hands-on person, I've gone to work with this guy. It's a strange human being. This guy walk and close by 5, go home to rest. By 7 is back to go and work on some shops to see what they are doing. He's closing around 10. He said, okay, I'm not married, so what am I doing? So by the time this guy came for interview, he beat everybody, even those with 10 years, 12 years, on the same level of job. And we gave him. He became the managers of people that he didn't meet in school. Because he sees the job that he had at that time as a learning opportunity, and he learned so much that his portfolio of evidence, which is what you are presenting to interviewers. Interviewers is not, in these days, I don't know how many of you have been to interview that they ask you, can you define for us what is called phytochemistry? Or define what is called organizational management? No! They just give you an example, give us an example of a time. So where do you get the example of a time where you have not done job? So you need to do.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to speak to the P&L part and give us some real life issues. And I agree with you, you're not conflicting anything. I remember when I went to do GPHR in 2007, Ejine gave me $50 at the time. You have to invest in yourself. Forget what the organization can do for you. Ask yourself what you can do. Yoruba will say, so if you have nothing in you, no value to deliver, you're waiting for the organization to put value. It's the value you have that the organization is paying for. Let's agree to that. Now, to the P&L part, when you look at an organization is a process flow. You must look at the value chain of delivery to the customer. So you look at the start to the end. And I'll give you an example using insurance. Insurance is one of our biggest part of the industries that Leadway operates in. So you can imagine you have a rookie who picks up a quote for a client, yeah? And somebody who is meant to do you have a maker-checker process, who is meant to look at it to say, is this quote appropriate? And that quote was wrongly done, given to the client, unknown to you. The client has some experience in insurance, takes a look at it and sees the error, and then sends it back. And this was done, and there's a back and forth. And eventually, not only have we lost up to 2 to 3 weeks in the process, the client is now angry, and a business of that would have given you a gross premium of about 2 million, 2 billion, maybe probably even in dollars, is taken away. Now, when you look at that value chain, what is missing? You go back to analyze. There's a knowledge gap with the staff. What is it costing the organization? And that has gone to the bottom line. And we've had many such instances. It may end up that even the customer does business with you. What about the reputational risk? Could you quantify it and what has happened to you? And the time that you have lost, time value of money. So when you look at those are factors that come back to affect this P&L that we're talking about. If you do not put in value into the staff, what you would get would eventually affect your bottom line. Are there ways to manage it? Absolutely. Where you have to send people on very expensive training, mandate that when they come back, they do a knowledge sharing session so that that knowledge does not reside only in them. Do you do departmental knowledge sharing session and rotate it amongst people so that there's broad-based knowledge. That way we begin to manage cost and and also create a knowledge management system. Also, in terms of knowledge management system, we all have intranet. Are people putting down all the learnings and the projects so that the day they are out of the organization, that has not walked away, because knowledge resides in people. We must find a way to get what is in their brain documented into the system so that the day they walk out of the organization, that knowledge is still in situ with the organization.
Amazing. Thank you. Yemi, you have something to say briefly, then we'll take the other questions.
I think 2 points, very quick 2 points. At Nextford University 2 Saturdays ago, no, last Saturday actually, the MD was there, and they were graduating about 50 with the offset, about 50 of them partially paid for MBAs. I mean, I thought it was fully paid, but I was corrected in Abuja, partially paid for about 50. And this has been happening for about 2 years now. And I was backstage talking to Abubakar Suleiman to ask him, why are you doing this? This is the season of Japa. Why are you sending people to an expensive dollar-paying university for MBAs? And I asked him, do you tie them to a bond? Do you know what he said? He said, no, they don't tie them to any bond, but they expect that they will be tied to a higher purpose. So from an organization perspective, training people in the season of Japa is tying them to a higher purpose of the organization, of the community, of a sense of responsibility. So the organization still has a role to play in that respect. But I think where I'm going to leave it is what he said and what Mayokun said. Guys, learning and development is your baby. You cannot outsource your responsibility for career success to anybody. Not to your line manager, not to your mentor, not to your organization. It is your responsibility. I moved from sales to marketing to human resources, and nobody sent me on any training. It was as easy as just getting textbooks to read. I see the passion with which you talk about self-development. And I think we're not doing enough with the younger people to continue to preach the messages of resilience and growth and career development. At the end of the day, guys, Buhari is not responsible for your growth. Canada is not going to make you succeed faster than other people. You've got to start the journey from within. It starts with you. If anybody tells you anything otherwise, believe me, they are lying to you. Nobody owes you anything. That's very controversial. But I promise you guys, life owes you nothing. You want to succeed, you owe yourself everything. The time you spend on Africa Magic, Instagram, once you start scrolling on Instagram, you and I know, if you are not consciously bringing yourself back, 20 minutes is gone. 20 minutes is gone, 30 minutes. Do you know the same 20 minutes? You cannot get it back. Some other person somewhere is on Udemy. Some other person somewhere is spending 70,000 naira on PMP. So where does it start from? It starts from you.
Sorry, I just need to say this, just because of what he said. In terms of time, someone that works with me is here, and he was accusing me some weeks ago that I'm loose with money. And I was like, okay, that free lunch I get, you stop getting it. But the truth is, my own philosophy is, money is a means to an end. I spend money. We spend money, there's opportunity. So far there's life, there is hope, you spend money tomorrow. But what I do not play with is my time. I don't play with, I prefer to send money the message than me being there. So just based on what he's saying, that time, I don't, even mindless conversations on the phone, I'm not saying I'm a gist, I love gisting, but that gist has to have value, as in I'm very, very particular, because at the end of the day, I'm being paid for my time. So it's very important, you need to own your time, because I have to sleep. I have 1,000,001 things on my plate, so I'll rather spend money anyhow, because the same time is what I use to generate money.
So that's your time. We waste a lot of time. And there's a lot of distraction. There's Instagram, there's YouTube, there's TikTok, there's Snap. You know, you have Netflix, there's Amazon. Amazon has come now to Nigeria, Amazon Prime videos. There is all sorts. The distraction is there, but you need to take there. Sometimes that you need to go off Insta. If you have to delete the app from your phone, you do it. If you know that is your weak point. Time is very important. We need to start taking it personal.
Thank you, Mayokun. I mean, that is amazing, and I believe we are gleaning a lot of insights from all that is being said. Your future lies in your hand. I mean, that is the summary of what most of the panelists have said. So you have to go all out. I mean, I tell people, one of my ESCOs in the youth in the youth ministry was asking me that they want to learn analytics or something, that what school can they enroll in, or how, I mean, just a bit of guidance. And I said, well, everything that I have learned in analytics, I learned on YouTube, not even edX or anything. Guess what? Almost every weekend, I have a training on analytics, and it is not free anyway. So when you are approaching me, Ginosco, we want you to just 2 hours. Am I doing pro bono, or you are paying for it? Once I see that P like this, I actually have one other Oga. The data and time I spent on YouTube learning this thing, the YouTube is available to everybody, but it's not all of us that are, I mean, some people are watching their Bejoyes on YouTube, it is fine. And then I watch my own, you know, and then I can monetize it to others. So we actually have a lot of free stuff. That same time and data that you have invested in doing the Facebook, the TikTok, you can actually do it, I mean, use it to also learn a new skill that can be monetized, you know, in a moment of time. So I'm going to rush now because we have quite a lot of questions. Thank you. Keep it coming. So this person said, I would like to ask how to transition into HR and digital marketing as well. Okay, so I think this is for Mayokun. I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry with 7 years experience in sales and marketing, pharmaceuticals. I had an employment gap of 5 years afterwards, raising babies and starting my own business. Alongside, ran my master's program, got training in Forex, and presently running the digital marketing program with I've had my field and my own as structures in place currently. I need direction to transit into HR. Note, I'll be 35 in a few weeks.
Age is nothing but a number. Because guess what? A lot of people are like, oh, I'm now 35, I'm now 37. That 2 years I don't have. Guess what? That 2 years will go by anyways. So to just address this person, since I'm the mother of moving from, and I never did any degree in human resource. I probably have not done it till now. So I'm even thinking of doing one just for the sakes. But you've said two things. You said digital marketing and HR, they are two different things. So is it digital marketing or is it HR? So let me speak to human resource, yeah? You would need to start from the beginning. That's 7 years in sales and marketing. That your degree in biochemistry. So you said 7 years in sales and marketing, pharmaceuticals. You would need to start from the beginning, because if I'm going to hire you, for instance, I would hire you and put you in the same level that I'm going to put someone just coming out from NYSC that wants to do HR. So that humility is very important. In fact, in everything we do, humility is a virtue. So you will need to, first of all, get to the back of your mind, you're going to start from the beginning. Once you are good with that, okay, so how do you get into HR? A couple of things. I know people will do the CIPM route and start doing the exams, right? So you can go and start doing the CIPM route exams, and also start talking to organizations. Don't look at the big organizations. Look at the SMEs. Look at the small organization and volunteer your time, even if they cannot take you as an intern, a paid intern. Because guess what? You volunteer your time, you're working with them, you're putting it in your resume. So if now you come after, maybe you get your CIPM, and you've done 1 year, and then you come to maybe maybe I want to hire a HR specialist. And you are saying, okay, so what have you done? Oh, okay, I've done 1 year. Nobody's going to ask you, was it paid or unpaid? What I'm going to ask is, I'm going to call the organization, did this person work with you? What did this person do? And like Kumbi said, nobody can take what you have done from you. You understand? You've done it, volunteer or not. So you would spend, nobody's going to pay you for what you don't have. Because the thing is, I see people that want to transition, but they're not humble enough. You say, it's only 50,000 I can pay you. Maybe it's an intern. Because what value are you bringing? I'm going to spend more time. The organization is going to spend more time teaching you. It's an opportunity cost, right? But you say, no, I'm not going to take less than 200. Then you're not ready. So whoever that is, the truth is, everything takes time. We spoke about process. We've spoken about process here, line by line, precept by precept. Process, you can't escape that process. You will start from the beginning. Be humble. Start your CIPM, go and register, start the exams, right? Go and, as you are doing your exams and your classes, go and look for an SME. Look for a HR consultant, the YT partners that are here. You know, there is Blue Advisory, there are a couple of other, there are a couple of other HR consulting firms, and say, you know what, let me volunteer my time. If you can't take me as an intern, some of them will be glad to pay you a stipend of 40, 50, 60,000, whichever the case. And then you learn. And once you have the opportunity, be a maximizer. Grab it. Whatever plus what they told you to do, what other people are doing, can I help you? What are you doing there? Be curious. Yes, so it's not impossible. You can hit me up. I'm not going to say I'm going to mentor you because my time is money. And I have a lot of people on my plate, but in terms of 1 or 2 advice here and there, I can give you. And maybe accountability. Once a month, hey, have you done this? What do you want? Do you want me to connect to some consulting firms and all that? For you to start from the beginning, because you are not bringing any HR skill to the table.
Thank you, Mayokun. Kemi first, then you, then I'll take the next question.
Sorry, I said YT partners. No.
YF.
YF, sorry, apologies.
Okay. My first response to the person that asked the question will be this. It's not what you don't have that limits you.
It is what you have.
It is what you have, but you do not know how to use. I'll say that again. It's not what you don't have that limits you. It's what you have, but you don't know how to use. I think Mayoko says you can start from the beginning. I agree. If I look at all of us on this side, at least I know all of us, I don't think we started off as HR. We went to school to read HR. Did we? Did you study? You didn't now. So I'm an accountant. I went to school. I studied accounting, and I say it with pride. You know, and the reason I say it with pride is because I use it very well when the P&L people like to speak numbers. But what am I saying? I think just to reiterate what Mayakwa said. You can't start anywhere, but you have to be humble in gaining and acquiring knowledge. You have to offer your time. So there are a lot of options for internships. Most of us know Simon Odewale. Simon, I remember the first time when he reached out to me, he was passionate about HR. And he's one of the persons now that, in fact, he gets some guests on his program, and I'm like, I don't have the type of network you have. But he was diligent, and I know many people like that. What are you interested in? You want to be in HR. How do you position yourself? What are you learning? There are many companies that are looking, and using Simon also as a point of reference. I remember one of the times, the offers he got, he needed to be coming from Iyanokpaja. And there was an option, I think, was it mainland or VI then? And he told me that they were not paying him. They were not going to pay him for 6 months. And I said, do you have, options of being able to transport yourself to work? He said yes. So he was hungry, and he was humble enough to push himself for that. Sometimes we limit ourselves by saying, I don't have this, I don't have that. But what you have, I think she referenced that she's been at home, she's doing her business, you're gaining skills. So when you're going for interviews, even though maybe you don't have the HR experience there, you are positioning your skills, you are presenting your skills. What have you done in that time? And please, when people say I've been at home, I'm raising children, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. you're putting your family together, you're managing money, you know.
That's admin.
Yes, no, but we're not joking. It's organizational skills. Being able to make sure that you're raising children, you are budgeting, you know, in this hard Buhari economy, you are managing, you know, all those things.
You're HR already.
Yeah, you are. All those things come together. You're working in church, for example. What are you doing in church? You're part of a youth team and all of that. You're admin in church. You are part of the technical team. Those things are skills that you're already building, but sometimes we don't know how to articulate all of that and put it together. So I think it's very important that you don't limit yourself because you don't think you have this thing yet, but position yourself with what you have already and build on top of that.
Okay, wife, 1 minute, sir.
No, in fact, less than a minute. I think we need to have a conversation with the individual on the purpose of wanting to go to HR. 6-7 years in pharmaceutical industry, you've done business, you want to junk all of that and go to HR. Please don't tell me that you want to go to HR because I love working with people. Salespeople work with people. Accountants work with people. Everybody works with people. Let nobody say that I want to go into HR because I love working with people. Everybody works with people. So please be clear about the purpose for wanting to go into HR. HR is tough. Don't think that we're fine, and don't also get into it because of the razzmatazz these days of HR people, because you've seen some mentor or some model or no, it's beyond that. Have a personal conference with yourself. You know that conference I mentioned last year where you wake up yourself at about 1 a.m., 2 a.m. and say, Yemi, let's talk. That kind of a conference. Why do I want to go into HR? Right? You need to be very, very clear about that purpose, and then that will now guide your volunteering, how you articulate your story, and then you look for the opportunities.
Thank you. I just want to take a quick one, just to buttress what Kemi had said. It is about how you tell your story. This is reality versus LinkedIn. Reality is I got my driver's license. LinkedIn says, I am honored and thrilled to announce that I have been selected among the top 5 applicants who participated in a professional and most respected exam, which evaluates the skills and ability to operate a fuel-based vehicles. I cannot wait to see what the next chapter holds, and I cannot express my appreciation to Ministry of Transportation, Wendy's, Google, NASA, my neighbors who supported me during this difficult journey. His driver's license to collect it, okay? So really, I think it's about how you tell your story, you know, and put it together. So next question here to Mr. Yinka. Thank you, all panelists. Mr. Yinka said increasing workload on staff who we think might have the ability to fill outgoing personnel can manage occupational shortage or shortage in particular roles. Yes, it's an opportunity for development for optimistic personnel. And I have had a lot of experiences where people are given a role for even higher level to manage for years. Less stagnant, no gratification, and when the organization felt relieved of those hard times of shortage, brought in stranger over the person who does not even have the experience, and the old staff had to train the new guy on the job. How do you want this employee to feel next time when the same situation arises? That's for you, sir.
Thank you very much. The person is coming from self-pity perspective. I'm sorry, I could appear to be a hard person, and it's purely from the perspective of my life and what I've seen. If I go into that, I will waste your time. But I don't know the situation you have described. I wasn't in the organization, and I'm not in a judge to be able to see. But I can tell you that every organization is recruiting with the objective of results. If any organization that recruits on sentiment is a matter of time, that manager will be fired. If you are a manager today and somebody asks you to recruit for a role, and you say, because this guy, when I come to office, he carry my bag. When I come to office, he help me to buy food. He's very good to me. Or this guy is from my in-law, my village. You bring them. You are just going to make yourself inefficient because you do the job for them and you will not get the result. I'm not judging for that manager, but you could probably take the job they gave you as extra job because you don't want them to fire you. And you didn't deliver a result. I have testimonies of people that took extra job, and at the end of the day, they merged 2 departments and made the guy the head. And when I was a young medical representative in the pharmaceutical industry, then it was during there is no scarcity of forest now. Between 93 and 95, our prices were going up almost every week. Things were tough. The organization could not afford to have a regulatory affairs manager or market research manager. So the manager, national sales manager, called me and said, "Bros, you are in Lagos. You will be doing regulatory submissions. You will also be doing market research, going to companies to share information and bring." Believe me, I was so excited. I would do my rep job. Sometimes I would leave home. I was living in Ikorodu. I would leave home 5 a.m. so that I get to NAFDAC Oshodi before they close so that I can submit the file and do my own job. I wasn't expecting any return. In fact, I was giving nothing as extra money. And I couldn't even meet some sales target because my time was shared. So when people are celebrating bonuses, I was looking at them. But I was loaded. Now, all those pile of experience came when they were going to employ a product manager. I said, okay, maybe because I've been helping this guy to do this job, he will put me. I applied, the guy bounced me. I was in the same spirit that you were, the writer. This company, I don't know what they are even doing safe. They know they promote people, all these things where they do. Meanwhile, when the product manager came, I was asked to put him through those things that I was doing. But if I had the same spirit you used to write this, I would never grow in my life. We are in a church environment. The Bible says, in all things, give thanks. In all things, give thanks. This is in all things giving complaints. And complaints keep you stagnant in life. You will not move up. Now, those competencies that I developed came useful to me 4 years after that. A company called Sanofi Interlabo was looking for, they came here to Nigeria to do market research. It's a multinational French company. And they want to set up in Nigeria. So I just came across this guy by accident. It's not even an accident, it's a divine orchestration. Because God will always prepare you for your next level. Your boss is not preparing you for next level. Your company is not preparing you for next level. God is preparing you for next level. And if you see your life in that perspective, and give thanks always. So this guy, when I met him, and he said this is what he's doing, they want to set up a company in Nigeria. Then he said he's interviewing some people tomorrow that will start for them. I said, can I apply? He said, but you are a rep. We want somebody that can kickstart a company. And I convinced the guy that I can. So he gave me the opportunity for the interview. I was the last person he interviewed. Then the guy said, bros, wait. And he told the people, consultant that was helping them, that he has a candidate already, so don't bother to touch those people. Then we started doing work plan on how I'm going to do the job. Before I knew what was happening, 3 weeks after that, he sent me a letter that I should go to the French embassy. I will get a visa, join him in Paris, so that that was how my career changed. Now, just don't clap. I got that job. I didn't even know the salary, but by the time I got the letter of the salary, it was less than the salary I was getting before. There was no car, and I had a car. Then I sat down at home and said, if this company is truly multinational, I checked all the places, there was no internet. I realized that they are truly multinational. They are strong in the French colonies. They are not here. I just told my wife, I'll take it. I'll take it. It's a little pain, we will survive. And those skills of going to NAFDA, doing research, became handy. And in less than 1 year, I started selling product for that company. I sold, and I did. In 3 years, my revenue from the hard job I was doing in that company was less than €1 million business. But it was a good starting and a good tracking. This little company, Sanofi Telabona, bought a company called Aventis and gave birth to Sanofi Aventis. Now, Sanofi Aventis was represented in Nigeria by May and Baker, which was a big company that can swallow the whole of what I was doing in Nigeria. And the people there were so convinced that, they will swallow this little Sanofi thing. So even me, I gave up. But for some other things that I can't go into detail here, the French people, the Sanofi Telabo, were the leading company because their company has money. Small, Aventis big, but no money. So the small companies swallow big company because they have no money. So the small people were taking the decision. And they said, for Nigeria, no, don't talk. There is no talent or people management. This is our country manager. That was how they made me country manager, Sanofi Aventis. That was, believe me, there is no investment that God puts in you that is wasted. So if you see that extra thing that they gave you in that company as extra indeed for yourself, if you use it, like my sister said, that it's not what you don't have that is limiting you. It is what you have that you don't know how to use. So please, first of all, never, and I mean this, if you are earning from an organization your salary, never complain about that company. If you complain, you will never grow. I've seen it in my career. Complainants are stagnant in organization.
Thank you, sir.
So don't let me take the whole of your time, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I have a tendency to talk, and I'm very passionate when it comes to personal development and career management.
Okay, so Kumbi, we have 30 seconds, and why have 30 seconds? So that we can move to the next question.
See thou a man diligent in his ways, he will stand before kings and not mere men. Please always remember that. What you are laying, YF mentioned something. You can't have a barn full without toiling first. So you've laid down, and it is in matter of time and season. Look at the life of Joseph as a career. Look at the things that he went through. Remember that it is in gaining the skills. When he was in the prison, he never had the gift of interpretation of dreams, even from childhood. Go and read your Bible very well. It was when there was that dream that he asked for permission to go back to God. If he had the understanding and interpretation, he would not even be opening his mouth to say what he said to his father. Because at some point, his father said, are you now saying to us that we will bow? It's his father that knew the interpretation, not he himself. So there's a process, as we've been saying since. The other part I wanted to mention specifically to the case is I have seen this kind of case before. Organizations will always have reasons. In this instance, the person had to take on the role because we were waiting for certain things. Look, technically this guy is sound. But what was missing that most people did not understand, and the organization can see it, and they needed it as a requirement, was strategic orientation. And he didn't have it. You will not be able to see that, and you will play the pity party. The guy was excellent. He delivered for the time he required. But the strategic orientation to take that function to the next level, he does not have it. But the requirement to maintain status quo was available. The legacy knowledge to run the business was available. Of course, he would have to give it to the person coming in. And I have seen that, so in fact, that's very situation. The person that came in, yes, for the first 3 months, but the next 6 months, the things that had happened in that function, you would marvel that, oh, what has happened here? So please always understand this. The person on the story building sees far than the person who is on the ground floor. God bless you.
Amen. Wife.
Okay. I think that the challenge for me is many people run into the context of seeing their career from a now perspective rather than from a time perspective. You see, now is just about today. Time is the past, the present, and the future. But I see you. Okay, now that's number one. Number two, what you call agents of frustration today, in the passage of time, they will become helpers of destiny. Right? And it is because you're seeing them from a now perspective is why you classify them as agents of frustration. If you look at it from a time perspective, and that is when you need to read more about profiles of success, you will read stories of people. I have been in an organization where I joined, and the next level was almost reserved for me. I was a senior manager in a telco. The next level was a GM. And when it was time for us to fill that position, chairman sent a candidate. It didn't stop me from adding continuous value. I didn't get promoted for 6 years, but I did 3 roles in 6 years. And those 3 roles prepared me for the next head of HR level. Now listen to what this guy said, Abubakar Suleiman. I'll read it gently, slowly, so that it can sink in. The most important gap in your life is between the value you create and what you are rewarded for. And the trick is to keep widening that gap. In relationships, let people owe you. Yeah. At work, be undercompensated. Yeah. And in public, be underestimated. Give more than what you get.
Wow. Wow. Why, if I want that quote so that I can share it with my people and so that I can do it myself. Okay, so we are going to run really fast. By our timing, we have just 15 more minutes for the panelist session. So if your question has sort of been answered in one of the responses, right, I'll just refer you back to our Facebook page so that you can go and watch it again. So it means I won't be taking the question. Sorry. This person said, what should one do when an organization that interviews you think that there is no need to employ you because they feel or think that you won't stay with them for long? It is not that you said it or your actions reflected it. Kumbi.
That is so common. Guy, I pick up your resume, yeah, and this is not just me. So I'm able to understand the generations. I work with 5 generations. Mama. I know the nuances for each generation. Unfortunately, if you're dealing with a line manager who is a Gen X and above, a baby boomer, the minute they pick your resume and they see that you spent 3 months here, you spent 1 week here, the next one was 4 months, and the one after, and I'm serious, they pick up a pattern. It is very hard to convince the line manager who is the requester of the role. Please understand this, because most people label HR very wrongly. The line manager comes to HR to say, I require this role. And they give the job specification. HR runs through that job specification just to ensure that, look, there's alignment from skill, job requirement, job output, and the experience level. So you don't put a job that is for 2 years experience and you are asking for 15 years experience. We also hold conversations with you just to know where to find the people with that kind of requirement, and we go to the market. Now, they are the ones who will come and sit in the panel. HR only facilitates that process. So if the person that you are coming to work with looks at your cycle, he is likely to be afraid after looking at that cycle, because most often than not, you use the cycle to see as a predictor of the future to come. And so when you see that kind of cycle, the next thing you will say to yourself, this guy is not going to stay. Most often than not, HR tells them that, can you create an enabling environment and speak to an emotional contract with this person that will enable them to say, they'll say, oh no, I've seen it before. So again, Remember that your resume is a selling tool. It only gets you a foot at the door. It doesn't get you the job. The question is, how have you presented yourself? So none of us were there. We do not know how you sold yourself and the value that you are able to give, even if you are going to spend 3 months. This person must be able to see the value beyond the time factor. And if the person is able to see, they agree within themselves to say, look, I know I will get this person for 8 months, but the value I will get for 8 months is by far more than 5 years. Then I will go for it. There's always trade-offs at interview. The question is, how did you present it? Thank you.
Thank you.
The second side to it, I have a message also for line managers, hiring managers, business owners, who on the face of my career journey are predicting my future in the organization. Rightly or wrongly, but the fact is, make your organization a great place to work. First and foremost, give me the right leadership competencies, the right work environment, make it psychologically safe for me. Then, even if I had an intent to stay for 1 year, maybe because the environment is great, nurturing, promoting my own personal values as well as the organizational values, I might extend that to 3 years. So let's not judge
enabling environment.
Absolutely.
I put the caveat there, and I put it that I've worked with 5 generations. I understand the nuances. They may not. You help them to see. Look, average stay in any organization today, and we do the analytics, we provide it at every management meeting, because you use data to speak to the business. Average stay is 1.5 years. Correct. And we enable them to see that. So the question for you, and don't forget that the first 6 months is probation. So the other 1 year is what you really have to get the value. And so the question also to the line manager is, how do you want to get that value within that period? And that's why I said, you must be able to sell to me that within that period, even if it is 3 months that I see that you will stay, sell to me that you will give me the value of 2 years. And I will be willing to, it is a trade-off. Yeah? And I will be willing to say, I will take you because I will get the value of 2 years within 3 months, rather than get somebody who is coming to stay with me for 5 years who will give me the value of 1 month.
Thank you. Just to add a point to that, if you don't mind. I mean, it's a very, very vital point. And if you take nothing from here today, take a look at this. Like she said, the generation that you are now, they are restless. However, organizations also want efficiency. Now, some of you are changing job for nothing. Some are changing job 5%, 10% salary rise. So you will now see this frequency of changing job. When I'm reviewing a CV for job, even if you change job every year, I don't mind. But I can see through your CV why you are changing job. You could be changing job because of salary. You could be changing job because you are bored on the road, you are a go-getter. If you change you're not challenged. So if I want to bring you here, if I cannot challenge you, then I won't bring you on that job. But most people that have that problem that this person is describing are people that change job for some very minor things. Money, the environment is not good, the job is not secure. There is no secure job, not even Chevron job. There is no secure job, but there is secure individual. There is secure competencies that can sell you. So be careful when you are changing job. Let me give you a life example for myself so that I can round it up. I told you the story that I started Sanofi in Telabo in Nigeria, that became Sanofi, then became Sanofi today. Sanofi in Nigeria is even bigger than my business in Nigeria. As a country manager for Nigeria Sanofi, I was headhunted by Pfizer in 2008. And somebody that has worked with me before in Sanofi met someone abroad, and they were talking about talent in Nigeria. He said, this guy, if you can just get him, he will do so. Anyway, to cut the story short, the MD then called me for a dinner. We had a dinner, then he gave me a role. And I said that I should come and be the head of Nigeria for Pfizer. I said, no, I can't be the head of Nigeria. I've put in so much in Sanofi. I'm the head of Sanofi. Even if you give me 2 times my salary, I'm not interested. And I was clear what I wanted. That having worked in Nigeria, I need to have an expanded role. So the lady left. Then she called me after 3 months. Now I have what you want. I said, what is it? He gave it a big psychedelic title. Regional Director, Anglo-Lusophone, West Africa. I jumped at the job. The title was big. I was supposed to do Ghana and all West Africa business, and Angola, Mozambique. Big job. I didn't think about it, and I negotiated hard. Because I told the lady, I'm not cheap. And believe me, I tell people, I'm not cheap. Can you pay? He said, yes. So they gave me fat salary, big title, and I did not do my research. Then I went on the job. From day one, I knew I was in trouble. I was at that point afraid of my career. Because the job, the revenue was just about $2 million. And I was sitting on the 12.5 million euro business. What I left, salary was almost triple, but I looked at my future was at stake. And I knew that I needed to do. In less than 3 years, I was sitting with the regional, they said the new director to the business, and that one looked through everything. This guy's salary is too big for this job and for the revenue of this market. I knew it. So when they called me, the HR wanted to have a conversation with me, I said, job is finished. And that was the end of that job. But I didn't sit down in self-pity. I dust my head up. I wrote down 10 lessons that I've learned in that transition. And you see, when you have a career collapse like that, believe me, you will take God to restore you. And so I decided to do, if I start other things that I do, we will not live here. But luckily for me, I did some other things. In the course of that, I started a job. I didn't negotiate salary for 3 months. I didn't get salary. I was just working, but I was enjoying it. But 3 years later, the same Pfizer now called me back when they had a bigger role that can fit my competence. The guy now called me. I remember I fired you when I came. I said, yes, now I think you can do this job. Then we began to talk, and that was the return. So you can never, your CV.
Wow.
Your CV, be careful. Why I'm saying you that story is that be careful why you are changing job. Be careful. If I'm interviewing you and I can see through you that money is your motivator, I will never employ you. I will not, because we don't pay the best, and somebody will always throw a bigger money. So when you see frequent movement, and I can see through your conversation, your movement is money. And how do you know that? You will see the job is doing in this company, the same job is doing in this company, the same job is doing in this company. Hey, so why are you changing that job if you are doing the same job? Money. Then you want to bring that to your organization. After you invest in the guy, you see big money, highest bidder, he jump off. Sorry again for a long story.
Wow. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Multimedia, I hope we can have short clips of some of these so that, we can bless social media with these thoughts. Twitter people need to hear this. Okay, so this question says, I hear people say networking, so YF, you tweeted something on this recently. I hear people say networking can open doors that degrees can't. I seriously struggle with this. How do I solve this, especially now that I am in the process of moving jobs?
Okay, so I'm looking for the tweet. I remember that was just a couple of days ago.
Why are you looking for that story? You said networking.
Yeah.
For example, you connect with me, and you are a bloody time waster. You are a beggar. And you want me, you will say, because I'm connected to this guy, you take me up. I've met a guy before for 10 minutes, and at the time I met another fellow that was looking for someone. And I remember the conversation I had with that guy. And I quickly sent a text to that guy. I said, please, can you see me? I need your CV. He got the job. I interviewed someone, and the person didn't fit that job. But I liked the competence he brought on the table. And my friend was looking for a regional manager for the North in a bigger company than my own. I sent the CV to him. This is the right guy. That's networking you don't know. Networking is not just for you to be a stooge to somebody. When you are doing an interview, it's a networking. We're here today, is a networking. So be careful what you call networking. Just don't go on social media, add everybody. My network is wide. I start sending chunks to me.
Before YF says, hold on, YF. Before YF says the quotes, I think, like you said, you even need to define what networking is. And the different levels to this thing. So some of us that are here now, right? You're sitting beside somebody, you've not even asked what their name is, what they do. Some of you are forming like you're looking at us, but you're on Twitter, you're on Instagram, you go to events, you sit in one corner, looking pretty. We women, we like to do it. And you're waiting for people to come and meet you. Who's coming to meet you? Who now? What are they coming to do? What are you doing? Then I also know that some people struggle with personality types. There are people who are introverts, you know, that typically we just want to be left alone. But maybe you are invited to an event like this and you need a chemi. You know, me, I know I'm an extrovert, so you know that when Kemi goes somewhere, Kemi can move around. I can go to the back. I can say, let's take selfie. You need friends like that sometimes. There's one event, I don't want to go alone. Come with me. What are your friends for? You know, it shouldn't just be about the latest movie on Netflix, Ashori 300K, a baby girl life. That's not it. You know, you want something. And networking is not just even about a job. It's not just about, it's opportunities, it's relationships, it's conversations. Sometimes also people just walk up to you and start talking about what they want. What happens to most of us, you just block it out, you forget. So, but things like, you know, okay, let me have your number, and you're not just sending, this my CV. You know, that's the first thing. On LinkedIn, I know how many people just say, hello, ma, you met me at the career talk, blah, blah, blah. CV, any opportunity. You know, you're not even first starting conversations about, are there things, you know, maybe there's an event I want to come with you. Is there a PowerPoint I can help with? You know, what are the skills? You know, engage me to the point that I'm interested in sharing time. I know I'm going to let Wyatt talk, but I thought it was important because I don't know if there's a question like this. This is, first of all, the first platform that I'm going to be sharing with these two people. And Kumbi, very few people know. Kumbi, I love Kumbi to bits. But Kumbi was my manager. Did you hear that? This woman that is sitting here, 2007. You don't know my now. 2007, yeah, 2006 thereabouts. We worked at Airtel. It's not called Airtel, but we started Econet, so it was Celtel. She was my manager. And Kumbi is one of the best people I worked with. I'm not saying it because she's sitting beside me. People know. And what did she do? Please clap now. I say it with pride. She pushed me. I'm sure she doesn't remember some of the things she used to tell me to go and do. So we used to work in a department, training and development. You know, we're responsible for, it was HR, but training specifically, getting materials, empowering the call center agents, because, you know, due to the nature of call center, many people couldn't, you know, get off calls, get training. So we'll sort of convert, you know, you remember, training items, development, basically. That was my first time developing videos. So we needed to do videos where, you know, learn on the job, videos on how to, and then products used to be released every moment. Couldn't we just say, go and get it done? You know, you were pregnant at some point. So I used to think that this woman won't call her mommy now. You know, she's always, you know, she would just say, get it done, Kemi, you can do it, go and do it. Then I had to be depending on some IT guys. I know IT guys sometimes, they just like to form, it's our world, go away. So I'll sit down with them. Sorry, IT people, oh, sorry, I'm your friend, don't worry. But IT guys used to feel like, don't come into our space. So I'll have to go and sit down with them. I would have submitted maybe materials. I need them to put it in PowerPoint, you know, all those snazzy looking things. Then And then I used to get frustrated because Kumbi will tell me that you wasted time. This is, you should have sent it in. So I found out that I used to get more frustrated, not even with her, but the fact that these guys were not getting, letting me get my job done. So once in a while, I will start trying it out. I just realized that PowerPoint, I do PowerPoint very well. If I boast about it now that on a flight to Abuja, I can present, put my PowerPoint together, you'll be like, oh, but it was this woman that pushed me, right? She just gave me the environment that you're going to do it. Nobody's going to do it for you. In fact, our meeting used to be brief. Kemi, you can do it. Go and do it. Why have you not done it? What skills do you need? And I learned in that process. I know I've veered off storyline. What was the question again? I forgot. Networking. But going back to that, so I built a relationship with her then, and I think for years we didn't see for a while. And over time, I kept in touch. She also check up on me. We go to events. That's what she's always saying. Network with 20 people. So even if you think that you don't have what it takes to walk to the next person, look around your environment. Who is there? Take numbers. Share information. Oh, I like your shirt. Start from there. Go with a Kemi to an event, for example. Who has the energy to walk the room, and leverage on that energy and build capacity in the process and learn and be willing to share from that. So why, if you have the floor now. Thank you.
So, in summary, what we used to say is your network is your what? Network. Okay. So I tweeted a couple of days ago, 2 days ago, I said, our network ain't our net worth if we only engage with a mindset to receive. Entitlement to benefit from any ecosystem comes after we have invested value in the same ecosystem. Quality of connectedness over number of connections. Value begets value ultimately. Shift the mind.
Just to run that up, you see, your network is not only social networking. All the jobs that I've gotten in my life is network. Where you are working today, everybody in that organization is your network, and they are observing you. And when some of them leaves, and they know of someone that need what you have, they will come and call you. When I was doing we call it something internship, I did in Pharmadeco then, in 1990. The superintendent pharmacist that I worked with, she took interest in me because I've always believed that if you ask me to do 10, I must give you 15, because I want to be the best. So when I finished the internship, she said, so what are you looking for as a job? I said, I don't know yet, but let me just start something. And she gave me a contact to a guy in Welcome to look for a job. So when I got to this guy in Welcome, he said they don't have a job. Network number one. I said, Uncle, I know you don't have a job. Thank you very much. But I need a job. Can you give me somebody that I can talk to? I don't want to go home. It's too early. The guy was a bit reluctant. And because he saw the way, you will see the way passionately, when I want something, you will notice. The guy said, okay, just to discharge me, give me a letter to another person that I should go and see the guy in there's a company beside Pfizer. I've forgotten the name of the company now. So I went to that man. After conversation with the man, he said, he doesn't have a job. I said, Uncle, please now. Is there somebody else? The guy gave me a contact to somebody in Pfizer. That was the first formal job that I got as a production pharmacist. And I went there and I got a job. So network starts from people seeing you. Even in your neighborhood, the way you carry yourself, the way you behave, your neighbor will hear their employee in their office. That boy in my neighbor. But when the people around you that knows you cannot even speak well about you, you are talking about a standard network. Networks start from your immediate link, immediate connection. Every human being that you have the opportunity to interface with, treat them as the most important person in life. When you treat a human being as an important person, they will treat you as an important person. Some people are waiting for MD to be the one that you will network with. When I was country manager for Sanofi, It was my security man that brought a CV and said, "Uncle, please help me. This boy can do this job. I see your people driving car inside and going out." I look at the CV. Okay, let me talk to him. Security man, why? Because that security man is diligent. And I said, anybody coming through this boy must be also good. That boy came and demonstrated himself. So don't be too looking for the big, all of you want to connect with MD of CBN, MD of this, MD of that. As no, those are not your network. What are you doing with the little one that you are connecting with?
Thank you.
And I just have to say this. Also, what do you bring to the table? That value. It's a symbiotic relationship. It's not parasitic. Some of you just want to get. What are you bringing to the table? The truth is, everybody sitting here, they even need something for, like, for instance, now I'm looking for an illustrator. Someone that can, that I'm going to pay, but I need that resource for someone that can, the graphic people that can bring something to life, yes, like a storybook type of thing. So I'm looking for an illustrator. So within my network, as in even between, I ask some of my smallies, like, hey, do you know an illustrator? You have to be able to bring something to the table. So are you being resourceful? What can you do at that moment that you're asking a question that, okay, this is this. And you, like you said, Kemi said this, sometimes the job. Do you know how many people are on everybody's case concerning jobs? So you even want to be different. That yes, if there is something I'm interested in, but not for that, I just want to learn, and what can I help you with? How can I help? How can I support? Believe you me, anyway, someone like me, there are few people you would tell that I will look for something for you, even if I don't have anything for you now. If it's the next day or now, like, you know what, will you be able to? Because there are always things we need. So what value do you bring to the table? And only when you give someone value, or you bring value, you are already depositing into the person's emotional bank account. And you can choose when to withdraw it. In fact, sometimes the person will be feeling guilt, like, hey, I have to do something for this person. I know some people that, when I think about, like, I have to do something for this person, I have to do something for this person. The person has not asked for anything. But because of the value the person has brought in year after year, without even asking for anything.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So most of the other questions, the panelists have said something that solves them. But if you are not very clear, you could just meet us after the event, and I'll be willing to remind you what they said. Okay, you want to ask a question? Okay, so please, can we get him a microphone?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Apologies. Yeah. On networking, beyond meeting people, beyond, exchanging cards, the quality of your work can network for you. Today, by the nature of the job I do, I've never applied for any job. But in my early days, while I'm a lawyer, in my early days, I represented someone. So that person recommended me, to manage an estate in Lekki for him. Do you know that in evicting the tenants that were there to renovate the place into a shortlet, the person that gave me the greatest headache recommended me for another job? Even what I do today, right, I was recommended by someone because of the role or the responsibility someone placed on me. I've never applied. CV, yes, I know how to put it, but I've never applied. And I manage the legal department, multi-choice, currently.
Wow.
And for us in this group here, please, I want to encourage all of us, yeah? Are we responsible? Because Kumbi said something. They will always revert to the line managers, to tell them what they want, especially for specialized roles. If you come and you don't take responsibility, there's a big issue, you hide behind people. I tell you, it will be difficult. It will be difficult to grow. Also, do you put yourself out there? It's not just, I want to grow. even in networking, let me tie this to it. Don't do eye service. Understand the power play in your organization. If your chairman walks in here today, how do you behave? Are you the timid type? You go to hide. Oh, there's a dinner. You don't attend. They don't see you. The other role, they said they picked someone to come. I'm not saying they don't do politics. Chairman can bring whoever. But if they see you, they know your quality and you can deliver. Even your MD, I tell you, they'll say, oh, you can do it. Those decisions are just 5 minutes, 6 minutes. You know, you can achieve. You'll just take this route. But are you timid? Do you hide behind? Are you always, you're just a mediocre. Please, let's push ourselves, right? Let's step up, as they always say, right? So that's just it for me.
Thank you very much. So I'll take one more question. The anchor will take one. And then, because we have to close, I know we still have a lot. Apologies. This person said the idea of borrow, buy, build is increasing. And with the rate of inflation rising, it is increasingly difficult for talent to support themselves through one job. Would the panel recommend that someone with a skill that is in demand work 2 jobs, one full-time and the other one part-time?
Let me quickly answer. It's very simple. So we're all talking about the gig economy. We're talking about taking 3 jobs. You hear somebody in Omole who is still sleeping at this time and like, I can do it now. At the end of the day, do you have the competence, the capability, and the discipline? Because it's easy for people to say HR, hiring leaders, they are not letting me, I am great, I can take 3 jobs. But do you have the capacity to take on those jobs? It requires a certain level of discipline, a certain level of commitment. So you could be all of us here today, we've worked different hours all through the week. It required a certain level of commitment to be here, a certain level of sacrifice. I know how I rushed out of the house. In fact, I was taking my cereal. My elder brother is around, like, she said, I'm Munjel, and I know what I had to beg them to help me do in the house. So now, backtrack that and say that in my 24 hours, which is still looking like it's always 10 hours, I am able to focus on doing many things. Something might suffer. So do you have the capacity? You want to earn more money? Yes, people want to get more money in, but are you disciplined enough? Because it requires a certain level of discipline. Some of us, you see, and I'm going to veer off a bit. You see some younger people come to work, and they spend the first 5-6 hours of the day talking about Arsenal. We Arsenal people, we know ourselves. We're talking about Ronaldo, who wants to pay for who wants to pay for, why is Lukaku leaving Chelsea, or he has left actually now. And you spend 5 hours. Then you now remember that they gave you one report that requires a certain level of dedication. You can do the report in 30 minutes, but what's the quality of that report? And then you submit it by 5:30, and you just, I've done it. I'm using just even a 9 to 5 normal work. You failed because you are not dedicated, you're not dependable. So how do you not have capacity to work 3 jobs? Then Buhari's administration again. Do you have the resources at home to do it? Some people want to scheme the system, bring this second work to a different company, and they're using our resources, our diesel, our lights, our internet, our computer to do the job. It's just a vicious circle. So I've seen people who are successful in it, but you have to build systems around it. You have to have systems that support it. When we say systems, the discipline is the first part. The people, whether it's family, whether you're married, you're single, to support it. And then the resources. Do you have a personal laptop? Do you even have the skills to do it? And do you have an environment at home? Not like some houses that dogs are barking, generator is there, so it's a complete thing. But first of all is discipline. Do you have the discipline?
Well said, Kemi. Something has to give. And that's the conversation a lot of people don't want to make. You want to do 2 jobs. First things first, nature is a merciless creditor. Whatever you sow, you will reap. So if you are sowing, cheating an organization, if an organization is paying you for 8 hours, and you're just doing that 4 hours, feeling very sharp, or maybe organization is result-based, maybe it's not even time, it's more of this is what you're meant to deliver. And you know, but you lie to your God that, I was not feeling well because you are doing another job. You will reap it all. It's not even a curse. It's just how the universe is built, right? So I don't believe in cheating organizations. There are people that I've seen that have been very successful, do 2, 3 jobs, and they do it. But I know what has given. Some of them, everything social, they've X'd. Some of them sleep. They only like that disciplined. I'm only going to do that 5 hours because I need to put in this time. Some of them, weekends is what they use. But you cannot think that you want to live the regular life of someone doing 1 job and do the 2, 3 jobs and be successful. Because what you're going to do, you're going to burn your relationships. You'll be burnt out. You'll burn your relationship. So that money you think you get now, you won't deliver. That's the thing. That money you think you will get now, because at the end of the day, sustainability is not about the now. It's about going forward. And I will say this because I know, and I will tell you why. No, I don't do 2, 3 jobs. I have my job, my 9 to 5. But I have a business. And I have a full-time partner on the business, right? It's a consulting firm. A full-time partner on the business. So I'm would you say part-time? Exactly, passive partner. But things happened that they're now requiring more time from me that I typically signed up for in the beginning or I initiated. But I will tell you things I had to give. There are some years that I forget that there's something called a television. I don't watch TV. Because the time for me to watch TV is I'm either sleeping or doing the other things or talking to this client or reviewing a document that is going out. There are times I don't sleep for 36 hours because we have a document that we give because I'm not going to cheat IBM. I will do IBM's work. In fact, nobody in IBM should even know that I have another thing I'm doing because I am delivering. So do you have that discipline? Do you even want, and again, you've not even been competent in 1 job, you now want to take 2 or 3? Tell yourself the truth. That conversation Yemi said, have a conversation with yourself. A lot of us don't like hearing the truth. Would you want to employ yourself? That's the ultimate, like, hey, Mayo, would you employ Mayo? The way Mayo is right now. And Nigeria, we don't really have the work ethics. That's the truth. The people in the Western world, they have, if they say, I'm coming here 9, they are there 9, they are going by 5, they are doing their work. We do not have it. Let's talk. All of it out to Jakba. You know, if they tell you 9 hours, you do that 9 hours in Canada. You will do that. Not Nigeria, 9 hours, you do 4. You complain for 1, you will eat for another 1, you will sleep, and then you will then abuse the manager again. Exactly. So let's tell ourselves the truth. Yeah.
Just before you go ahead, the economy is hard. Your salary might not be enough for you. You need another money. That's the summary you say. Now, let me just give you a few advice. First of all, your earning capacity, what you are able to earn, is dependent on 3 major things. The need for what you are doing, your ability to do it, and the ease of replacing you. If you can be easily replaced, your salary will be 5% growing because they are even praying that go will always get somebody to easily put you. Now, in the art economy as we have today, there are some jobs that you want to protect. If the person says they will go, you just want them to be comfortable so that they don't think of going. So if your company is not paying you enough, it's not your company. Ask yourself, what I'm doing here, if I'm the owner of this business, will I pay the person to do it? So those 3 things, look at it. Then number 2, be careful. It's difficult to manage 2 careers. You can't. You can do investment like she's doing. What she's doing is investment. It's not a career. At a point in my life, I had to take 3 points. I have to make a major decision. At the point I had an investment in a company, and I was the de facto MD. And I just got to the board one day. I said, look, I've weighed my 2 options. I resign. Let me continue with my career. They said, because you are going, they were depending on me. We will sell the company. We sold, everybody make money, and we left. You can't manage 2 careers if you don't want to, except you don't want to grow. At another point, because I came from a Muslim background, I became converted, my passion was strong, the mission made me a pastor, I became area pastor. Then one time I sat down, Ika, what do you want? And you know the mission, they come, Monday morning you are calling me remittance. I said, what's wrong with this guy? Don't you know I have a job? Then they tell you that ministers conference starts on Thursday, you must be there. I said, if I use my leave to do all minister conference, well, excuse me, what sort of life is this? Then I asked myself, now Yinka, what do you want? Do I want to be a zonal pastor, a provincial pastor? I said, no. Why are you doing this thing? I said, I was having that conversation with myself, self-talk. They call it self-talk. We are serving God. Then a voice came and said, is it pastoring that you are serving God? You are not even there on some Sundays. Tuesdays, you hardly make it. And they say, I said, I quit. Then I call my pastor, I'm resigning. Say, why? You can't do this. God, they say, you know, they will threaten you. God is not wicked. He's a very good God. And I resigned because I wasn't fitting the role. I wasn't meeting the expectation. But because, I hope you are not recording this one. You see, because you are in a financial benefit advantage, they will not want you to leave. And when I have time, I teach well. Then I begin to ask myself, okay, maybe when I retire, I can come back and do this. But now, I have already put myself in a big wahala, sent my children abroad for education. I need this career to do it well and earn to pay. Can the mission pay me? If I do that, then I'll begin to manipulate congregation. It can't pay me. So I said, I quit. Everybody was looking at me and they were trying to, God is not wicked. I said, God, understand me. So you can't manage 2 careers. And pastoring at that time was a career. And some of your pastors, you see the way they do it, they face it, career. They want to become zonal pastor so that they become provincial pastor, then get all the benefit of it. That is their own career. That's why they are doing it. Some of them, their regular job is a secondary job. But for me, my regular job was the main one. So you cannot manage 2 careers together. People managing 2 careers abroad are doing low-level job. Security in the night, waiter in the afternoon. Is that what you want to do all your life? You want to remain a security man all your life? You'll be poor. Declare what you want.
Thank you, sir. Sincerely, wife, believe me, I did not plan this table shaking. But the table is broken. I repent thereof. Ogale, can we have the online question? Only one of them, then we wrap it up, please.
Okay, I'll just choose this one, but please let's jam our hands for all our very esteemed guests. You guys have been so wonderful. I'm actually, staggering at the moment because I'm so full here and there. So this person is asking, how do you differentiate being used at the place of work and actually being developed? The person had given certain scenarios, but I believe you understand this question perfectly. So please.
You have to be used. Excuse me. You have to be used. In fact, we have employed you to use you. So what are you asking me? Being used and being developed. What is development? You think I will send you to Harvard to go and learn? That's development. That's a benefit. It is after I've seen you as a risk that this guy will likely lose. After I've used you well, I say, let me entice him. Send him to Lagos Business School. That was what that guy, your friend, was doing. He has a group of good people that he has used well. You want to distract them from employment, looking for a job, send them to business school that is expensive. You kept them for the period of their education. You get the pay. You have to be used. If you don't want to be used, you cannot develop. And if you are not used, look, how do you earn money? A lot of people will say, I want to make money. All of us are earning money. You are not making money. It's only meat that is making money. Now, to earn money, you have to provide service. So service is used. So what are you talking about? You are used, you are developed, your value will increase. And as you get to another level, they use you, your value increase. Sorry, let me allow
it's okay.
to answer.
It's fine. I don't think the HR response is totally different from that. The narrative around the current generation, the millennials, Gen Zs, Alpha generation, the narrative around them is that they are redefining so many things that we were used to. And that isn't helping, I must say. If you put all of you in an organization and tell you to start everyone day one, only 5% of you will make it to the top. And the 5% will be the individuals who are value-oriented, who are focused, who do not sit in pity party gatherings, who are disciplined, all the things we've been talking about. Those are the guys who are going to make it to the top. Please, guys, if you want to be separate from the crowd, take all the words that are being used to describe your generation, and I try to not use those words. Restless, impatient, and all that. I don't believe everyone is at that stage. But the individuals who will be handling the mic, like we are handling now, in 5 years, in 10 years, 15 or 20, will be the individuals who will listen to all the things we have been saying today. And remember what I said, the responsibility for your success is not in the hands of anyone. It rests with you. Every day when you finally go to bed, ask yourself, what value have I added to myself today? And what value have I added to my ecosystem? It is only then that you can take value off the table.
So, there are many biblical verses that are in my head. So, maybe this is the pastoral part of my being. One I've mentioned here. See thou a man that is diligent. Have you ever seen a man that is diligent that does not do anything? That is hard work, there is some use. We are products of our Creator. And Adam and Eve had to till the ground. There was some use. There is a purpose for your being. Nobody creates any product and puts it on a shelf just for it to be. The only time you say a product is useful is after use. So, if you are not tested, the Bible talks about you going, it said, when I have tried you, you will come forth as, are you Bible students? As what? Gold. But gold is ornamental, it's beautiful. But without it going through fire, it does not become useful. You will be used. There's no other word. And let's start retuning our mindset. For value to come, there must have been a testing. And a testing is a use. Do you buy a product without testing it? There's user acceptance test. We talk about competency profiling. See, wherever value goes, money goes with it. And for value to go, a testing must have occurred. Please retune your mind the way you use words. And that is a fundamental problem we have. I have called you to come and work. When you work, I pay you salary. It is a use. Do you buy a car and put in the house? You only say that Ferrari is correct when you have put it on the road. How many of us watch F1? Why? What goes on in that space? Speed, use. You press on that accelerator.
Shinobole.
So guys, what's going on? And the Bible talks about vessels unto honor. A vessel can only be useful if it is fit for purpose. And it is then when it delivers purpose, we call it vessel unto honor. Who are you?
Okay, so I understand where that question came from. And without us belaboring the generational conversation, but I think why I've rightly said it, that I tell people younger that just take lessons from everybody. Don't be defined by this baby girl. I keep saying baby girl because there's a member of my team here who knows that we have someone who's always referring to baby girl lifestyle, soft life, microwave generation. There's no elevator on the road to success. There's no shortcut to it. And I think that is the fundamental thing that, breeds or brings about these types of questions. I also had a manager, I don't remember, Shola Otiti. Good. So I worked with another lady, Shola, who, before I even joined that team, everybody had said, that woman. You know how people, stereotypes. They had said she was horrible, she was tough, she was a difficult boss and everything. But I spoke to myself, I said, well, Kemi, I'm going to learn. And one of the things I realized was people didn't understand what it meant to be a worker. Do you understand? You want to learn, but you have to give, you have to bleed. I'm not saying literally. And I think people mix these things up. When we use. You were joking when he was talking about it, but you have to do the job, right? So I'll come to work, and you see everybody pretending, right, around her. And 5 o'clock, the funny thing is, that's where it was funny. At 5 o'clock, I would have finished my job. And I'll go to her office, I'll say, Shola, good night. And she'll tell me good night. But the guys that had been faffing around, who are the ones that we whisper and say, she's horrible, she's tough, will now at 4:30 go and give her their report. And she will see holes through the report. Because they've spent most of the day faffing, wasting time. And then they come out and say, Shola is difficult. She's a horrible person. But she wanted excellence. So if you don't go through fire, how do you become better? I've also worked with people that are considered really difficult. But what I learned was they made us better. They carved, you know when you are pushed to the limit, so to speak, when your parts are almost shredded, but you realize that after, you look back 2 years, 3 years, and like, oh, this is what I gained in the process. So work is not meant to be, you come to work, you are faffing around, then 30 days you want them to, who is going to pay you? How? Why? Or you are in the office, you are dancing on the video. I mean, you need to go through fire. Of course, we're not saying your mental health should be affected. We're not saying that, but go through the process and trust
so balancing
the process.
That mental
balancing
health,
it, yeah.
I mean, it's where people are actually having issues,
So mental health, sorry, Kemi, Okay. So mental health, you need to understand yourself. It goes back, man, know thyself. That is the best gift you can give yourself. You know your breaking point. What I can withstand, someone else may not be able to withstand. What he can withstand, I may not be able to withstand. But because I know myself, right, you understand? So when you say, oh, this manager is just talks, is not a nice person, maybe very blunt. I understand, I can withstand blunt people. Or they say the manager does it because it's not personal for me. After work, all what you said, I don't think about it after. That's how I am. But it's not everybody that is like that. And you also know your break limits. So with that said, me saying, I don't want TV, no 36 hours sleeping and everything. when it gets to a time when everybody is frustrating me, both IBM, my business, everything, when Mayo wants to shut down, there is no Jupiter, I'm shutting down. I will literally, my manager will come and tell my manager that I will just send a message. I'm feeling very, like today, I'm just off today. I need to rest because I'm listening to my body. And especially with human resource, when you go through some resource action. So resource action, when you're letting people go, we have some, yes, it takes, I don't think people understand the emotional effect on human resource people. A month before resource action, I can't sleep. I cannot sleep a month before I do resource action. And again, I'm doing resource action. I'm going to sit down with someone in Morocco, someone in Tunisia, someone in Kenya, someone in Nigeria. You know, at least Nigeria is even more personal because these are people that I know their husbands, I know their children, I know their wives. The ones in other countries, you know, people will come and will burst into tears on the phone. It's emotional, right? So sometimes I tell my manager, like, you know what, today, no work today. I'm not doing anything today. I need to rest. I need to rest. But guess what? I've earned that right. I have earned that right. Have you earned the right? Then mental states. Even the Bible says it. In this life there will be tribulations. But Jesus said it. Be of good cheer. I've overcome the world. And he said, what's Psalm 23? As you walk through the valley. Not when. Not if. You will walk through that valley. Everybody that has gotten to the peak of their careers, anything, they have, when you hear some of them, when they tell you what they've gone through, you yourself will be like, if this is what it takes, I don't want to, because I will not be able to withstand it. That mental tenacity is very important. I'm not saying people should disrespect people, but guess what? You will meet people that will disrespect you. You need to get to a point you dust it up and say, you know what? This is them, not me. Sometimes you need to actually go and sit down with a therapist. There's nothing wrong in getting help. But thinking that the world will not use you, throw you out. In fact, the companies will use you. Then they'll tell you that, so we are cutting because you are the first person, last person. Come on, they'll make you redundant. And you were used. Everybody knows you were used. But I said, whatever you sow, you reap. That's what the Bible tells us. But it did not say that. It didn't promise us that you would reap where you sowed.
Wow. Please, can we give it up for Mayoko? Okay. Deacon, I know you will spend 10 minutes.
No, I'm not the one talking.
30 seconds, sir.
All right, no, I'm not the one talking. Pastor Ken Ibrahim is here. That is Zona Pastor and also the pastor in charge of Maranatha Church. So he wants to speak to one of the topics. It is also good we have the perspective of an entrepreneur that owns a firm and also a senior pastor at that. Ladies and gentlemen, Pastor Ken Ibrahim.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate every one of us, every of the panelists. I just want to speak to what Mr. Yinka Subar said. Just a clarification so that we don't go with maybe some impressions that, we can see other perspective. By the grace of God, I'm a zonal pastor in Redeemed Christian Church of God, and I'm also a practicing legal practitioner. And when the issue of speaking to yourself, I'm looking at it from the point of view that what has happened to you also happened to me, but in a different way. And which is the fact that, number one, in church is also an opportunity for us to serve. It's an opportunity for us also to be used. I was used and used and used. In fact, some people call me that the way they are using you, they will dump you. But the way I'm being used, God is also taking me up. And so I can tell you today that I'm still being used and I'm happy that I'm being used. Amen. And so, one perspective. I'm a practicing lawyer. Paul Lusoro is where I trained. I'm sure you must have heard about him. I only spent 3 years. And but that 3 years is like 30 years of other lawyers in practice. And so I got a lot of experience practicing there. And so in the course of the years, I found myself in ministry. I never wanted to be a pastor. I don't know I can be a pastor. But that's the calling that God has given to me. And so I have to manage it with the practice that I do. Very tedious, very demanding. And by the grace of God, each and every day is getting better. And so where I'm coming is that some may not be able to manage the two career, but sir, I'm managing it effectively. and to the glory of God. Last year, I said I was going to drop my law firm and face ministry. And by the way, I'm a zonal pastor, but I don't call myself zonal pastor. I'm just a pastor. So the title does not appeal to me. It is the work I do that appeals to me, opportunity to serve. And so last year I decided I was going to drop the practice. I hired somebody to manage the law firm. After I dropped it, the business was going down. It was going down south in a fast way. And I was asking, why? One day God spoke to me that I was responsible for the firm going down, which means God does not want me to resign from the firm and face ministry. And so I went for a retreat and came back. By the time I came back, I was recharged. And I can tell you today, the business has picked close more than 500% from where I left it last year. And also, the work, Maranatha is one of the biggest church in Redeem all over Nigeria. Ask. And by the grace of God, Maranatha is not suffering. My business is not suffering. And I'm managing both very well. Look at my figure. What I'm saying, law firm, I'm being modest. It's not a law firm, 2 figures, 3 figures. I know the figures that we make and what we do and the niche we have. And by the grace of God, it's getting better. And so what am I saying here? Your capacity. What God has called you to do. What are your own visions? Just like your visions for yourself. What are your visions? What I learned last year was that God does not want me to go into ministry and be begging. He wants to use the business as a platform to support whatever I am doing. And to the glory of God, He's still supporting it and supporting it very well. And so my admonition to every one of us, know your capacity. If you know that you cannot combine the two, look at me, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., I'm still sitting, my eyes open. Some things I cannot attend to in the day, I attend to them during the night. And so it's working for me and working for me perfectly well. And so I want them to take that perspective, know your capacity, and know what God has called you to do. The Lord bless you.
Thank you so much, PKB.
Just a comment. I need to put a comment to that. I want to thank you for rescuing that so that people don't go with the wrong perspective. The intention is not to say pastoring and working is not good. Yeah, it was very clear. I'm an employee. You are a business owner. You can decide Monday morning because of church service on Sunday, you will not work. You might decide. Now, I was in a situation, I manage about 20 countries. Some Sundays, I have to travel, that 2 consecutive Sundays, I'm not in church. So you see, most of the time we need to look at something, most time from perspective, and don't draw a conclusion for anything. This is a perspective of inefficiency in pastoring and impacting on what you're doing. I call myself a pastor, and I'm not there 2 Sundays in a month. I never attend Bible study. My office is in Ikoyi if I'm in Nigeria. I live in Ikoyi. By the time I get to where the location of the church is, Bible study is finishing. And most of the time, alternate week, I'm out of the country. And I'm bearing a title and not efficient. That to me is enough for God to punish me. I'm more efficient on my job. And I have to take a decision. Should and I want to be, for me to take that decision is, I want to be in church every Sunday. I want to be there every Tuesday as a pastor to do the right thing to be done. I want to attend all the missions meeting that is required of me. But I have a job at hand now that cannot allow me, except I want to begin to cheat my employer, which also biblically is not right. And I weighed the two. And I said to myself, what is service? Is it pastoring? I can do more service to God without being a pastor and still be able to do it. So I think we need to also look at perspectives. As a personal business owner, you can do anything with your time and your business. And in fact, God might have even called you to be a pastor and that business is to fund the work of God, which could be your situation. So if God is calling me as a pastor, and I'm getting 100% of my income from a career, and I decide to leave the career and be a redeemed area pastor, how much do redeemed area pastor earn?
Sir, don't shake that table.
It doesn't work. No, for me. So for me as an individual, ministry is highly profitable when it is well done. Those are the things that make people like Pastor Adeboye himself. He had a choice. When he was a lecturer and he wasn't the head of the church, he was able to manage the two. When he became the head of the church, he left lecturing because the head of the church needs a full-time attention. He could have decided to manage the two together. Pastor Lukoya was a senior lecturer in Unilag. If he was just a pastor under a ministry, he can survive. But when he established the ministry and the work of the ministry is growing, he has to prioritize and focus on that. The same thing with Bishop Oyedepo. He's an architect. At a point in his church career, he was doing the two together. Then at a point, he decided to give it 100%. I don't have that grace to give my career 100% and continue as area pastor.
Praise the Lord. Okay, so that is value added. We should charge VAT on that. Pedabo. Thank you very much. Please, can we give them another round of applause? If you want to hear more of this, maybe you come for our ministers' conference. Praise the Lord. Okay.
All right. So, thank you very much, Sas. I'm not speaking to it. It is just want to bring the bottom line is Shakespeare, to thyself be true. Bible says it several times. Be not deceived. Don't ever deceive yourself. So both my pastor and my area pastor too. You're still a pastor, sir. Both said that they hit something on the head that they were true to themselves. They checked everything and they realized that I have capacity to handle more. And I have capacity. If you cannot give the efficiency, you cannot give the time to it, please don't deceive yourself. Go for counseling. Now, if you are saying that God is telling me to do ministry and my business together, go for counseling with Pastor Brahma. Ask him, how do you do it? And he will show you how to wake up at 1 a.m. and still be working till 4 a.m. Right? So be balanced. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's my pastor. God bless you, sir. Okay, so I'll just turn to our panelists to give us their closing remarks. Okay, I'll start from Mr. Yinka. Just about 10-15 seconds, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here to talk, and I really appreciate it. On Jackma, I need to just give you a word of advice. It is not Nigeria that is your problem. God has created you for success. He has created you for accomplishment, and he has created you for victory. But there are two forces that operate in you by default. There is a success force and a failure source. Now, by default, every human being by default, the failure factor is always activated. And that is why you realize that in every society, majority are on the bottom. There are three things that activate that failure factors. Number one of them is the fact that we want to be comfortable. To be successful, you need to get out of your comfort zone. So if you are leaving Nigeria because it's not comfortable, it's not a good reason. Number two, over the years, we have learned a level of fearlessness. We are always seeing it's not possible, economy is bad, you can't get a job in Nigeria. It's a fearlessness that has become environmentally induced. I want you to begin to tell yourself, I can do it. Whatever my heart is running after, your heart is running after it, you can do it. So don't leave Nigeria because there is no job in Nigeria. This number 3 thing that trigger failure is wanting to take a shortcut in life, which is a common thing. If a shortcut out of Nigeria is what you think will take you to success, you are already missing it. In my generation, in the 80s, we had opportunity, people are traveling and going out. In fact, somebody introduced me to a lady that is a British citizen that we should go. But it doesn't fit into what I have. I've not gone to university. And if I go abroad at that time, my parents were poor. How will I earn education there? I said, no, that is not the choice. I need education. I was just 18 years old. I need education. So you need to understand what you want. Now, the trigger for your success is goal. Like he said to you, what are you going to do? Why? Some people call it goal. Some people call it the why. So if you understand that why you are doing what you are doing, let your life be driven by that why. Believe me, you will be successful. The why can take you abroad, Japa. But if you want to be comfortable, or you want to go out of the fact that you cannot see opportunity, you've lost hope. Hopelessness is a disease on its own. And wanting a shortcut is also very bad. So if any of those 3 is driving you to Yapa, you are Yapaing to failure. But if you Google, you will make it in life. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Kemi.
Okay. I think mine is just more, it's not Japa, it's just generally, some motivation. I know that it is tough, myself and Mayoko were talking about it. It is tough, but I've also learned that out of tough situations, you're resilient, you're building some capabilities, mental toughness, mental agility, and there are people that are successful in this time, in this tough environment. A lot of times also we, as people, we're not forgiving of ourselves. We put ourselves in very tough, tight situations. We always ask more questions. So I think I'll land with this. Forgive your younger self. Believe in your current self. And create your future self. I'll repeat that again. Forgive your younger self. Believe in your current self. Create your future self. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
I've enjoyed every bit of this conversation, and I would say to you, 1, what is value to you? If you don't know what value means to you, you cannot create a vision. Success is not a straight path. Understand this. And I would say that lastly, everything you go through is part of the process. Enjoy it. However, ensure you form the character. Without the character, the vision will not be actualized. That success you seek will never come to pass. So form character, enjoy the process, because it's in the trial that we build character, and you require that character for your vision to become. To become is up to you. Thank you.
Okay, is it possible for God to have created the world in 6 seconds? Could God have done that in 6 seconds? Yes. Was it powerful enough? Yes. But he did it in how many days? 6 days. So that lends to what? Process. First he created everything man was going to need, then he created man. So if anybody was a major instructor of process, it was God. Number 1. Number 2, is God able to remove all mountains? Is it that powerful? Will he remove all mountains? Will he give us strength to climb some? And when you've climbed some mountain and you look back, what do you develop? Strength for other mountains. Because like she said, we were not promised that there won't be mountains. So not all mountains will disappear. Okay? And the last thing, somebody was asking me last night, we were talking career just last night, and I put up on my status. The person said, wife, what certification should I focus on the most? And my response was, the ones from Life Institute. Life teaches us lessons on a daily basis. Take lessons from life. Thank you.
I should have gone first. So I'll just say this, and this has helped. The fact that you always give more than you receive. So an organization is paying you to do a job. Some of you say, hey, it's just 9 to 5, I'll do my 9 to 5 and go. You're not cheating the organization. You're not even, yes, you're doing your 9 to 5, that was a contract, but for you, that character that you've been talking about, that hard work, that diligence, that personality, because guess what? It would all come. All these things, and when you really sit down, I love backstories. So I like, when I talk to people, I like knowing what had happened, or reading biographies, autobiographies by people, or people writing about people, is to find out, you know what, and you find out that some things, the difficult moments, create fantastic people you see now. That extra you've put in, that extra, because what happens is that you are standing up from the different individuals. You're not following the masses. So always give more than you get in your friendship, in your relationship, at work, in church, anything you see yourself, always give more than you expect. So that's what I'll leave you with. Thank you.
Please, can we give them a standing ovation? Please, a standing ovation. Yes, the ovation, the applause. Thank you so much, Sas and Mas. I believe we have all gleaned a lot. Before you step down, I just want to invite our pastor, Pastor Brahima and Pastor Bade, for a photo session before our panelists go back to their seats. Please, the program is not over. We still have the career fair, and we have some companies represented over there. So please, let's wait. After the photo session, we have a presentation from Puan Group. Pardon me if I don't pronounce that correctly. And then we go straight into the job fair. Thank you.
A big round of applause for all our very esteemed panelists. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. Was it worth it? It was, right? So I'm going to, while they're still around and while we wait for the PWAN, P1, well, I really don't know how it's pronounced. While we wait for the team to come up, I'd like to go around. Please don't leave. We have refreshments for everyone. And then we have the job fair. We have different companies who review CVs, tell you what they do, and who knows, you could get a job, get a free training and all of that. So please don't leave. We're rounding up shortly. So, refreshments is here. I'm going to quickly ask from everywhere, what has this time with our guests, what have you learned, or what does it mean to you? Please, feel free. What does it mean to you? You want to say something? I need microphones, please. Please tell us your name, introduce yourself.
My name is Ojo Adebanjo. Foremost, I'll say thank you to our panelists. This program or an event is more like an educative and an informative program for me. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together. Is there anything key you are taking home? Any one thing, one learning, one lesson, one that you are taking home? Just maybe one thing. You can say it in your own way.
There are so many things that I picked, but there's this particular quote by Mr. Yemi Fashion. Be the best in your present moment. Be the best.
Thank you so much. Any other person wants to share? Please tell us your name and either your learning or what it means to you.
My name is Foyinsola. I learned that time is money. Like, that's what I have held on to. Like, time is money. And one of them said, work on yourself. Like, you have to put value in people so that they can also put value in you. That's what I've learned. Like, that value, have to put value, work on yourself so you'll be able to put value. Then I've learned that.
Thank you so much. It's only this side.
Hi guys, good afternoon. Okay, so what I've been able to learn from this was, I'm a living example of one of where I work currently. So I got to notice that they saw my hard work, they saw my dedication, because I was talking to one of the bosses there. They saw what I do, they saw that I was very good at what I do. Actually, I do product design, UI UX. So he said something, you've earned it. You are in that stage, you've gotten there. So what was it basically? Within 2 years, one and a half years I've been working there, I was promoted to become the lead. So within that short time, what paid off for me was, I was very serious with my work, basically. I don't joke with it, and I spend more time learning, improving myself, and you can't ask me anything now, I won't be able to tell you, okay, this is what, I won't be able to break it down for you. So that's what I've been able to learn. Your dedication, your hard work, develop yourself. There are so many resources for you. If you need resources, you can meet me, I'll give you links. To download them for free also, Udemy courses that you need, just get across to me. So that's just what I would say. Thank you.
Just to reiterate, his name is Peter. He's in Maranatha Church, in case you need to reach out to him. So I'll come back to you, but can I go to this side? So I'll take just two more.
My name is Toyosi. What I learned is that in every organization that we find ourselves, we should be useful so that you can be developed.
Thank you. Okay. 1, 2.
Okay, praise God. Yeah, my name is David. I learned one or two things because last year I wasn't able to pick out something, but this year I may say, by all means, I have to be here. Now, it's about for you to be useful, you have to be used. And I can say this because I'm currently working with UBA. I work with UBA Call Center. And when I started, I was feeling that these people, I think, are being used. But from what you just said now, I can see that I have a value which I place on myself because what I know currently. Because if I feel that with the pressure and what is being placed, I would have left for a very long time. But I'm grateful because I am being used and yes, and I'm now useful.
Please put your hands together for him.
Praise the Lord. My name is Bertrand. What I've learned from the discussion panelists today is know yourself and know what God has called you to do. Know yourself and know what God has called you to do. Praise the Lord.
Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to say again, a fantastic thank you, sir. Thank you, Ma. We are so grateful. Please, let's put our hands together for them. So we will be in your LinkedIn.
to offer value, to offer ourselves, not just to send CV. Thank you so much. Over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I want to thank the team of panelists for a wonderful presentation. One of the lessons I drew from your presentation is you need to do what you need to do. There's a time for everything. The Bible says under the sun. If you miss it when you need to get it, you may not get it again. Opportunity like an overall. When you don't grab it when you need to grab it, you may not be able to get it again. My name is Pastor Abolari. I represent P1. How many of you have heard of P1? P1? How many? How many? P1, yes. I represent P1. I'm one of the directors of P1. I'm an affiliate director and also MD of P1 Dominion. I'm here today to present the opportunity in P1. P1 simply means P stands for property, W stands for world, A stands for Africa, the N stands for network. P1. Hallelujah. And we are the first real estate company, first real network estate company in the old world order. We have over 500,000 consultants working with us. In the course of the presentation we had, we were told that it's difficult for you to combine two careers. In as much I'm not saying that real estate, if you don't have the capacity to take it as a career, you can take it as an investment opportunity. I am a pastor, I'm a farmer, I'm also a managing director in the same P1 group. So I combine three things: a pastor, a farmer, and a what? And a managing director in P1 group. So that's three things in one. So what you need is what? Capacity, just like our pastor told us the other time. And the greatest thing that God gave to man is not even talent. The greatest gift that God gave to any man is availability. What did I say? Availability. That is the greatest that God gave to man. Even God, when he wanted to send his son, what did he do? He had to make himself what? Available. You can't do anything without making yourself what? Available. That was the greatest God gave to man. And you yourself, if, for example, if you are not here today, or maybe you are not watching online, whatever lesson that is going to be drawn today, you may not be able to partake, true or false. But you made yourself what? Available. There is nothing you cannot amount to in life when you make yourself what? Available. That's why I said the other time that the greatest thing that God gave to man is not even skill, not even talent, but what? Availability. Many of us, we have opportunity. Many of us, we have opportunity, but because we don't make ourselves available, the opportunity passes us by. That will not become your story in the name of Jesus. So P1 Group, we are represented in 22 states in Nigeria. We have offices in US. We have offices in Ghana. And we have in Dubai. I thought somebody would clap for us now. So we are the first and the biggest real estate network company in the whole wide world. An opportunity to work with us, it doesn't stop you, it doesn't stop your career. Hello? It doesn't stop you, it doesn't stop what? Your career. What you only need, you need your phone. What did I say? You need what? You need your phone. You need your phone. Once you have your phone, you can do more. It doesn't stop you from moving from one location to another. Because even in this business of P1, what we normally do is, even when you have a claim, because we sell land, we sell property, even when you have a client, we don't even encourage you to follow the client to our estate. You know why? Because you may not know the landmark. You may not know even the title on the land. You may not know much about the estate because you are coming in. Are you getting what I'm saying? What we do when you come to our offices, we tell you to sit down, then we take the client for inspection. Then in the course of taking them to inspection, we have field officer and logistic officer. As they're going from one point to another, they'll begin to tell them, this is the landmark, this is this, this is that. So any question that anybody has is going to be what? Answered by those what? Logistic officer. Imagine yourself taking somebody for inspection, and somebody tell you what is the land or what is the title. Say, hey, okay, let me ask them. It look as if you are not serious, true or false. So in this business, you don't need to know anything. And one of the opportunities that P1 business offers you is, we are talking about digital. You do a lot of digital marketing. We don't just stop at real estate. We teach you about digital marketing. Opportunity to go to Lagos Business School. Hello, somebody. Opportunity for scholarship. Opportunity to travel abroad. Opportunity to own your property. Once you come in as a PBO, you are already a landowner. Hello, somebody. You are already what? A landowner. When I started in P1, I started just like you are. I started with 1,650. That's the minimum to register. As a member of PBO, I started with 1,650. That was 4 years ago. But I can tell you, I have over 100 plots of land in Lagos. I thought you clap for me now. Hello, somebody. Not just anywhere in Lagos, not in Ota. Hello? Not in Ota. Not in Ikorodu. Hello? But where? Where? In Lekki. But where? In Ibejuleki. You can do the same. What did I say? You can do the same. What you only need is what? You need to make yourself what? Available. You use your phone for all junks. When you register with a company, we have various levels of registration. You can start with 1,650. We have that for 37. We have that of 52,650. Once you register with 52,650, it means you have started a process of being a landowner. We are going to give you the opportunity to own a land. Then you pay over a period of 5 years at your own leisure. Hello, somebody. If you are registering with 187.50, we give an opportunity to own a house. Then over a period of 5 years, you can pay at your own leisure. But the first and foremost that we tell people in P1 is that register for us. Hello? Start from the basis. Somebody may say, I don't have 1,650. But many of us, we have spent 1,650 today on nothing. 1,650. Hello, to start. You understand? Because when you do that, we are going to put in our database. Once you put in our database, you have opportunity to have all the land we have and all the estate. And you have opportunity to sell. Now somebody will say, I don't know how to sell. The truth of the matter is there is nobody that cannot sell. Hello? You only need to make a sale, one. Before you know what is happening, every opportunity will be open unto you. In the course of what we had, we were told that we need networking. Let me tell you in this business, it is not transactional, and I'm going to explain. It is relational. What did I say? It is not transactional, it is what? Relational. Now, somebody cannot come to me, a 20-year-old, with a flyer and say, sir, I want you to buy land. And when I look at the land is 20 million. I can't put my 20 million on the 20-year-old I'm just seeing in a supermarket or just throwing a flyer at me. How many of you will do that? How many of you will do that? But if the person in question happen to be a student, and the student happened to be a friend to any of my children, hello, and he give the phone to the dad, say, Dad, there is a friend of mine that I want you to talk to or talk to the dad. You know, so when he hand over the phone to the dad, it make it easier for me to relate with the dad because we're almost on the same age range. Do you get what I'm saying? But for a 20-year-old to walk up to a 50-year-old to sell land, nobody want to buy it. But if it is between 40 to 50, it make it what? Easier. True or false? True or false? So that is why we say that there's nobody here that doesn't have uncle, that doesn't have auntie. So even if you are not the one selling it, you have somebody else. Your own is just to start, then you leave the rest. And we train you how to do marketing. We train you how to use your phone, how to do all element of digital marketing that you can know. We offer it in one at 0 fee. I thought you clap for us. At zero what? 0 fee. But the most important thing I said earlier on, what you need to work, you need to register. And we have commission. we pay 15% you sell. We pay what? 15% what? Commission. And one of the things that make P1 wonderful is when you, I told you it's a networking company, a real estate company. When you bring in somebody, you bring in somebody and you don't sell, but the person you brought in now sold. You that brought the person will get 5%. The person that sell will get 15%. Is that not wonderful? Let's say the person that, another person, the third person now, we're up to 5 level, sell. The person will get 15, the person that you brought will get 5, and you, the third person will get 3%. Up to, we have 15, 5, 3, 2, 1. 5 levels of commission. I thought you clap for us. So anybody can do it. Anybody what? Can. This is my daughter. She's a student in university. She has won so many iPhone 13 Pro Max, trip abroad, landed property. You understand? All of them have children here. All of them, they are landowners. And they have won in P1 group. Because when you give you opportunity, to be what you want to be in the next future. Now, when they talk about landed property, in the next 10 years, you understand, you are looking at potential billionaires. Don't look at me the way you are looking at me this way. I dress to be casual. P1 will turn your life around. You understand? If you really want, they are talking about job. You don't need to japa. They pay their school fees by P1 pay their school fees. They are in private university. P1 pay their school fees. You understand? You won't depend on your parents. You won't depend on any uncle. When you start business with P1, all this career they are talking about, believe me, you won't stay there. You understand? Because it gives you opportunity to be a managing director. Lastly, what the business does is this. When the company see that you have been consistent in sales and they see your commitment, your integrity, the company will give you a business of your own. At zero kobo. They will establish a company for you, give you a property, hire staff for you, give you free vehicles, and to own a company of your own, and you are the managing director. I brought, just 30 seconds, I brought a magazine. I told you I started 4 years ago, 2 of us, 4 years ago. But now I'm a managing director. We have about 40 affiliates in P1 group. How many affiliates? 40. You can be the next one. How many want to be the next one? If you want to be the next one, see us at our table. You understand? Seated before me today, our potential managing director. If you are the one, let your amen be the loudest.
Hallelujah. Thank you so much, sir. We truly appreciate. Please, just to save time, there are about 5, 6 companies available. So they'll always come to your stand. It's behind. There are other people behind as well. Feel free to go to all of them and get information and offer your value when you get there. Do you understand? So please stand up, go to any of the stands, and then please let's come back in another 20, 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Afterwards, we are closing. So please take your time, get value, provide value, and let's come back to share the grace. Don't go home without sharing the grace. Thank you. And also use the opportunity to network. Use the opportunity to smile. Use the opportunity to get a number. Move to this side. Get a number.
Hi, my name is Prudence Shane. I'm currently a graduate of DMSI. Basically, I joined the school because I wanted to be a digital marketer. And if we are being honest, job offers were not, coming in. And I wanted to, grow, work in a place where I wanted, the sector of which, I wanted. And I started the course. From the first day I started the course, I was like, at every point I was like, wow, every module, because of such knowledge I've been able to acquire each module till the end. And prior to now, going for interviews, I wasn't getting, job offers. I've been getting a lot of rejections. But during the process of this course, with what I was able to learn, I speak very confidently. Now, if I go for interviews, I know what I'm, talking about. When I saw the course, the platform, I was a bit skeptical at first, like, oh, can I do this? Spend months on a course. And the first day I took this course, I was very happy. I was surprised that, okay, something can grab my attention like this, and I was able to follow through the module from like the first one beginning to end. Each module, every time I took each course, I was like, I kept on saying wow, like, because of so much knowledge I'm able to acquire. Prior to now, going for interviews, I wasn't getting, job offers. I've been getting a lot of rejections. But during the process of this course, with what I was able to learn, I speak very confidently. Now, if I go for interviews, I know what I'm, talking about. Before now, I have not been able to secure a job in the sector I've always wanted to work in, which is the tech space. But on the last day of which I got my certificate, I landed 2 job offers, of which I picked the one that was in the space I wanted, which was the tech space, and the offer was very good that I totally forgot about, what I spent learning the course, but it was definitely worth it, and I'm here to speak happily, and I'm proud to be a graduate of DMSI. Hi, my name is Prudence Shane. I'm currently a graduate of DMSI. Basically, I joined the school because I wanted to be a digital marketer, and if we are being honest, job offers were not, coming in, and I wanted to, grow, work in a place where I wanted, the sector of which, I wanted, and I started the course. From the first day I started the course, I was like, at every point I was like, wow, every module, because of such knowledge I've been able to acquire each module till the end. And prior to now, going for interviews, I wasn't getting, job offers. I've been getting a lot of rejections. But during the process of this course, with what I was able to learn, I speak very confidently. Now, if I go for interviews, I know what I'm, talking about. When I saw the course, the platform, I was a bit skeptical at first, like, oh, can I do this? Spend months on a course. And the first day I took this course, I was very happy. I was surprised that, okay, something can grab my attention like this, and I was able to follow through the module from like the first one beginning to end. Each module, every time I took each course, I was like, I kept on saying wow, like, because of so much knowledge I'm able to acquire. Prior to now, going for interviews, I wasn't getting, job offers. I've been getting a lot of rejections. But during the process of this course, with what I was able to learn, I speak very confidently. Now, if I go for interviews, I know what I'm, talking about. Before now, I have not been able to secure a job in the sector I've always wanted to work in, which is the tech space. But on the last day of which I got my certificate, I landed 2 job offers, of which I picked the one that was in the space I wanted, which was the tech space, and the offer was very good that I totally forgot about, what I spent learning the course, but it was definitely worth it, and I'm here to speak happily, and I'm proud to be a graduate of DMSI. Hi, my name is Prudence Shane. I'm currently a graduate of DMSI. Basically, I joined the school because I wanted to be a digital marketer, and if we are being honest, job offers were not, coming in. And I wanted to, grow, work in a place where I wanted, the sector of which, I wanted. And I started the course. From the first day I started the course, I was like, at every point I was like, wow, every module, because of such knowledge I've been able to acquire each module till the end. And prior to now, going for interviews, I wasn't getting, job offers. I've been getting a lot of rejections. But during the process of this course, with what I was able to learn, I speak very confidently. Now, if I go for interviews, I know what I'm, talking about. When I saw the course, the platform, I was a bit skeptical at first, like, oh, can I do this? Spend months on a course. And the first day I took this course, I was very happy. I was surprised that, okay, something can grab my attention like this. And I was able to follow through the module from like the first one, beginning to end. Each module, every time I took each course, I was like, I kept on saying, wow, like, because of so much knowledge I'm able to acquire. Prior to now, going for interviews, I wasn't getting, job offers. I've been getting a lot of rejections. But during the process of this course, with what I was able to learn, I speak very confidently. Now, if I go for interviews, I know what I'm, talking about. Before now, I have not been able to secure a job in the sector I've always wanted to work in, which is the tech space. But on the last day of which I got my certificate, I landed 2 job offers, of which I picked the one that was in the space I wanted, which was the tech space. And the offer was very good that I totally forgot about, what I spent learning the course, but it was definitely worth it. And I'm here to speak happily, and I'm proud to be a graduate of DMSI. Hi, my name is Prudence Shane. I'm currently a graduate of DMSI. Basically, I joined the school because I wanted to be a digital marketer. And if we are being honest, job offers were not, coming in. And I wanted to, grow, work in a place where I wanted, the sector of which, I wanted. And I started the course. From the first day I started the course, I was like, at every point I was like, wow, every module, because of such knowledge I've been able to acquire each module till the end. And prior to now, going for interviews, I wasn't getting, job offers. I've been getting a lot of rejections. But during the process of this course, with what I was able to learn, I speak very confidently. Now, if I go for interviews, I know what I'm, talking about. When I saw the course, the platform, I was a bit skeptical at first, like, oh, can I do this? Spend months on a course. And the first day I took this course, I was very happy. I was surprised that, okay, something can grab my attention like this. And I was able to follow through the module from like the first one, beginning to end. Each module, every time I took each course, I was like, I kept on saying, wow, like, because of so much knowledge I'm able to acquire. Prior to now, going for interviews, I wasn't getting, job offers. I've been getting a lot of rejections. But during the process of this course, with what I was able to learn, I speak very confidently. Now, if I go for interviews, I know what I'm, talking about. Before now, I have not been able to secure a job in the sector I've always wanted to work in, which is the tech space. But on the last day of which I got my certificate, I landed 2 job offers, of which I picked the one that was in the space I wanted, which was the tech space. And the offer was very good that I totally forgot about, you know, what I spent learning the course, but was definitely worth it. And I'm here to speak happily, and I'm proud to be a graduate of DMSI. Hi, my name is Prudence Shane. I'm currently a graduate of